Hello, and welcome to Annex Games. This is a Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition actual play livestream, coming to you live and direct from the collective Annex Theater bedroom-based studio. My name is Ian Johnston. My pronouns are he, him, or they, them, and I will be your rules lawyer tonight. This stream benefits Annex Theater in Seattle. How does it benefit the theater, I hear you ask? You, the humble live stream viewer, can donate to make changes in the game. Want to give someone some health? You can do it. Want to cast a spell? That is within your power. You can even, dare I say, summon the health inspector. Watch the chat for a link to our suggested donation options and how to donate. And now, I would like to introduce tonight's players. Please, Cheyenne.
Hello, I am Cheyenne. My pronouns are she, they, and tonight I will be playing the super cool character, Olive. She is a gnome bard, and that's that.
Thank you, Cheyenne. Daniel.
Hi, I'm Daniel Christensen. I am, my pronouns are he, him. I am playing a deep gnome cleric named Hymniferous Groshfonts, who uses the same pronouns as I do.
Thank you. Dave.
Hi, I'm Dave Clapper. I am playing Sue, Turtle Wizard. There's Snow. It'll come through there. There's Sue. And in spite of the name Sue, Sue has the same he, him pronouns that I do.
Thank you, Dave. Seranine.
Hi, I'm seranine. I use she, her pronouns, and sometimes they. And tonight, I'll be Bax. Bax is a Leonin, but no one knows that, including Bax. They all think that she's a Tabaxi, and that's what they've called her for so long that it's just her name. She also uses she, her pronouns.
Thank you. Omar.
My name is Omar. I use he, him, and I will be playing Eric the half-orc, specifically the left half of the orc. I'm an artificer in town.
Excellent. Thank you, Omar. Brendan.
Hi there. I'm Brendan Mack. I am a they-themer. I'm also seen around town as horrendous drag queen Butch Alice. And I am playing People Parsons, who is definitely a human running for mayor and not two gnomes stacked on top of each other in his trench coat.
Thank you so much. Aaron.
Hello, my name is Aaron Shay. I use he, him pronouns. Tonight I will be playing Thomas the Tank, a Warforged fighter, also known as a fantasy robot. And Thomas's pronouns are it and that.
Thank you. Cody.
Hi, I'm Cody. I go by he, him. I will be playing as Melisandria, the gnome ranger, and she's a she or a her, either one.
Thank you so much. And finally, our GM, Paul.
Hi, I'm Paul Gude. I'm the GM, which means I'm everything else that isn't these players. And we've already played once, which means that there's some stuff that maybe you, the audience, would like to catch up on. And we have a recap for you, which I would request that we roll right now. The story so far. The village of Gnometon has bunches of gnomes. A tower, a junkyard, and several large homes. But the grand jewel of Gnometon is the Gnome in You, an inn run by Bax and her friend, Lazy Sue. One day, People Persons, a real human man, paid the old inn a visit. Then some trouble began. Young Jimby Clerg, a bandit, I'm told, came looking for lettuce worth much more than gold. But the lettuce was gone. The whole pantry was bare. But it was not all empty, for a trapdoor was there. Some followed it down, some were blocked by a wall. They were beset by hellhounds, but survived after all. 'Cause Bax fed the hounds bread, and so won their hearts. But for those underground, that's when real trouble starts. Okay, and I don't have rhymes for this part, but here's what happened. See, the kobolds were the ones who built the tunnels that were under the pantry. And there were these deep gnomes who were enemies of the kobolds, and they wanted to kill all the kobolds. And the first thing they did was they brought these war horses in these bags of holding, and they had these glass globes over the war horses' heads so that they could breathe in the bag of holding. And they took the war horses out, and the war horses started stomping all of the kobold eggs. And then there was a red dragon down there, and our heroes underground, they ran to the red dragon, and the red dragon said, "You got to stop all these deep gnomes from killing all the kobolds." And they said that they would.
Hello, everyone. I'm sorry about that. We are, in fact, remote. Also, my pronouns, he, they. Forgot to do that. Apologize. So, right now, we have a group of people who are in the tunnels that the kobolds have made underneath the gnome you. But we have another group that is outside in the village of Gnometon itself. And that's where we're going right now. Gang, where are you going? What are you doing?
All right, so if I remember correctly, that's me, that's Sue, that's Eric the half-orc, that's people persons.
The top half of people persons.
The top half of people persons. The lower half, you know, they say never split the party, and we have split a character.
Scampered away.
Next level.
All right,
Yes,
is that everybody?
I believe Bax is also with us.
I have no recollection of where I was.
You have to be because the last
Bax,
thing.
you were with them. And also, let's point out, for those that don't remember, Bax is flanked right now by two hellhounds, who she is most recently fed and are vibing heavily. And so they're now part of your party.
Their names are Buddy and Other Buddy.
Aren't they also invisible?
Yeah, I thought one of them was asleep still too under a net, but I'll take it if they're flanking us.
Let's not
That's good
complicate
times.
things already.
Yeah. What I have described is what is happening now. Let's say, in fact, you're outside the gnome menu. To your right is a guest house that people use. Right in front of you is the Mernig house, where the Mernig clan of the gnomes live. And then if you look over your left shoulders, you will see the pony house where the talking ponies live. Eric's shop is there, and a large tower where the wizard lives. And that was one of the places that you guys were talking about going, to the wizard's tower.
All right. I'm just going to say this straight up because I know we're all excited about the possibility of talking ponies. But I'm pretty sure we wanted to get to the wizard's tower because that was the quickest way we could get to the folks of ours who are still underground.
You have to go up to get down underground.
But maybe the ponies know something.
Well, they like my jokes, so perhaps they do know something. Perhaps they are wise.
We're going to talk to the ponies, aren't we?
They're gonna be upset if I don't show up at my usual time.
Fair.
And I will say that the ponies are on the way to the tower.
Oh, look! Max, ponies, let's follow them.
Hooray!
So, your party starts moving towards where the talking ponies are. Now, the talking ponies have converted their stable into more of a... It's not really a bachelor pad because they're all different genders, but it is really a sort of swank commune, if you want to put it that way. And sort of towards the back, old Abner, who used to take care of the ponies, now lives a very sort of disgruntled life because they're having a lot of fun and he doesn't have to take care of them anymore because they are self-sufficient ponies. So, and as you approach, you hear them stomping. They aren't playing instruments, but they are singing and stomping in time. It sounds sort of like a sea shanty, but it's all about running in a field.
The field shanty, yes.
The field shanty, exactly. And so, as you approach, the singing stops, and you hear one voice ring out, "Who's outside? I have good hearing."
It's just me. It's Bax, and also
Bax!
but also a number of other people.
And all the ponies just start going, "Bax, Bax, 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 Bax," and they're dancing around, happy.
It's so good to see you all again.
And they're like, What's been happening since we last talked, Bax? What's the news around town?"
Well, all our food's missing, so that's going to be a problem. But we found it, and then we lost it again. And I thought maybe you knew something about all these things, because you usually seem to know something.
And the horses, like, you can hear them the ponies, you can hear them sort of talking to each other and like, "You know what? Maybe Patches knows something about this." And the other pony says, "Yeah, Patches. I think Patches probably would know something about this, but Patches has been missing."
Is Patches a pony?
Patches, yeah. Yes, Patches is a pony. Patches has been really sad after talking to that guy. And the Patches point at you, and then they're like, "That's not him." And they talk to each other. They're like, "Okay, there's a guy that looks kind of like you, a gnome like you," and then another pony nudges him really hard in the ribs, and he goes, "I mean, a human like you that was talking about a whole bunch of philosophical ideas, and he got really depressed and said that he was going to go and talk to the bandits in the bandit cavern."
Ugh, philosophizing.
And as he says, "Go talk to the bandits at the bandit cavern," you guys remember that Jimby Clerg, that's Clerg with a Clerg, a very common name, had stolen all of the mugs from the gnome and you, and also perhaps stolen some things from the house of the... I'm looking at the Knackles house. The youth hostel and the Knackle home are linked together. So when I saw youth hostel, I forgot, but the Knackles have had some things missing, and Jimby had just been there a little while before. And there's no other way for me to put this. You all have this sudden urge to maybe go to the bandit caverns and seek out this pony. Almost as though that if that were what you were to do at this time, not only would it get you to where you meant to go without going all the way to the tower, but also there might be a way that you and the other people that you haven't seen right now may find each other again, because you have to go underground to go to the caverns. And what else is underground? Why, the kobold tunnels, of course.
Blurg!
I say, old chaps, shall we make our way to the bandit cavern so that we might find our way perhaps further underground and locate our friends in the kobold place?
We need to get Patches back. We need to get Patches back. She doesn't know her own strength, and those bandits are in terrible danger.
Yes, we have to continue collecting every animal that we find on our journey so that Bax can have some fantasy Pokemon game.
Capital idea. Capital idea.
This feels really good to everyone. And so you start to set off to the caverns. As you set off to the caverns, we're going to go back to the kobold tunnels for a moment. And what has happened right at this point, if you remember correctly, the red dragon who you had just spoken to moments ago, named Kralix, had talked about how she was done dealing with you. She suggested that maybe you fight the deep gnomes that are down there, but she wasn't going to do anything else from that point. She was going to fall asleep listening to what she called her bandit stories. And that's kind of where you're at. There was a kobold who was talking to the dragon on your behalf, who's kind of rubbing the dragon's temples now as the dragon has her eyes closed and she's breathing in and out. And you hear through a hole in the wall something that sounds sort of like this. That clerk got to come back sometime. He's supposed to be getting food and shows up with all these mugs. I don't understand what's going on. And you realize that there is a hole right underneath where the dragon is sitting that has a breeze coming out of it that seems like it might lead somewhere else.
The dragon is sitting on it?
No, the dragon is sitting near the hole. The way, if you can imagine how enormous the dragon's head is. The dragon's head is right up against the wall. And the hole is right above the dragon's head to the point where the sound that's coming out of the hole is perfectly falling into her ears, basically. And the kobold Harold looks to you and says, okay, so what she does is she just sits here and she listens to all of them talking for hours. And we get to do whatever we want. It's pretty sweet. But this is our time. This is the time that the kobolds get to do whatever. There is granted a bunch of war horses trampling our nursery right now. I kind of want to take care of that. And you should feel free to help with that if you want. But if you're interested, I think the dragon won't mind if you stay in here for a little bit. But I'm going to go. Is that okay? She won't hurt you. She's real sleepy right now. And he kind of tiptoes out. So in this room right now, we have the bottom half of people persons. We have the, sorry about this. We have Olive, and we have, and
I'm Niferous.
Hey, Daniel, why don't you say your character's name for everybody?
Hi, I'm Niferous Groschwantz.
Yes.
Also nicknamed Tiny Heiny.
Tiny Heiny, if you have trouble remembering, I'm Niferous Groschwantz.
And so you guys are under this hole, and you can hear voices as well. You can't really make out anymore. The person who was talking about the mugs had just kind of, if you can imagine, Doppler effect walked through. I think the dragon's hearing might be a little bit keener than yours, but you can tell that there are voices nearby.
So it was a kobold that was rubbing the dragon's temples?
That is correct.
Am I misremembering? Did we promise that we were going to kill all the kobolds for the...
Here's the thing. You intimated that you might kill all the deep gnomes for the dragon, but you are also a deep gnome.
Okay, that's right, because it was deep gnomes that were up to some shenanigans down here.
Yes.
Okay. I think before we start killing any deep gnomes, we should see if we could find our friends.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Okay.
That sounds like a great idea to me.
What if we followed the fresh air that we feel on our faces?
How do we get up there?
Is the hole big enough for us to crawl through?
So the hole is big enough for you to crawl through. Big enough for any gnome to crawl through. And I believe, coincidentally enough, everybody who's down here is the right size to do that.
Bingo.
So what I'm going to ask is for dexterity checks. If you're wanting to go through this hole, dexterity checks for the group of you, because in order to get to this hole, I'm sorry to say you're going to have to lightly step on this sleeping dragon.
Won't even notice us. Won't even notice.
So I'm going to go ahead and ask Olive, go ahead and make a roll and tell me what you get.
20.
20. You scamper up the hole, no problem whatsoever. And then let's see here. Omniferous.
I rolled a 14 plus 1, 15 against 12.
No problem whatsoever. Okay, bottom half of people persons.
And I'm gonna wait.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
I'm not sure if I have bardic inspiration. I'm just gonna check real.
Okay, for those of you in the audience who aren't familiar with Dungeons and Dragons, a bard has the ability to inspire other people to do better than they would have if they have an issue.
You know, like theater people do.
When I reach the top of the hole, I am going to brace myself to try and catch bottom half of people persons as they.
Oh, that's nice. I'm gonna give people persons advantage on the roll.
Yeah, and I'm crouched down, and I do bardic inspiration for Dinkle, and I say, "You got this, Dinkle.
Hold hand. Hold hand."
And what die does he roll?
8.
So with bardic inspiration, you don't have to do it now, but you can. For 10 minutes, you can add a d6 to any ability check, attack roll, or saving throw.
10.
Okay. So I'm gonna say that you step into one of the dragon's nostrils, which is kind of bad, sort of bad, but do me a favor and now roll me a dexterity saving throw with advantage.
16.
Okay, that's great. So this is what happens. The dragon goes, makes a noise kind of like that. One eye opens, and you easily extract your foot and pull up through the hole, and the dragon glares at you a little bit, but she doesn't even say anything. She just calmly lays back down and grumbles something under her breath. You better make it interesting for me in there. And then that's it.
Olive, are we out now?
What do you mean?
Are we outside now?
Why are your eyes closed?
I can't see.
What happened?
I've been in the darkness for 6 months and I can't see anything.
Sweetie, honey, your eyes are closed.
Oh. Opened eyes can see.
I'm gonna get you a little cleaned up, okay?
Olive, you're the smart one. Oh, thank you, Olive. Oh, you're the best sister ever.
And I use prestidigitation all over his little body.
Oh, so much cleaner, so much better. Fresh, new. This is the cleanest you've ever been in these last 6 months.
The smell's still there, but I look so much better. Thank you, Sister Olive. Thank you.
I go in for a hug.
Okay, give me a con save really quick.
Oh, God.
With advantage.
Oh, whew. Looked like a 1. It was not. It is a 7 though. Wait,
okay.
That's not a save.
You can tell that he has been the lower half of a person who did not care about him at all for a very long time. Smells horrible. You're unable to keep that from your face. But still, I feel like he feels better now that he's with you.
Hugs are good.
Yeah, they are.
Okay, Hamid first. You have excellent dark vision, better than pretty much anyone except for I believe the top half of people persons is a deep gnome. Is that correct? Yeah.
Correct.
So you can see further than the other folks. Do me a favor and roll me a 1d6.
I have rolled a 5.
Okay. So you are looking through this hole. The hole is a tunnel that goes into what can only be called some form of sculpture. It's very crudely made, but it looks like it's made out of like rocks and kelp, and it's sort of a big dude. It's sort of a big dude made out of rocks and kelp. Looks kind of like a statue. There's a face painted on it, and the face has like a little mask as well. And there is a small man that seems sort of familiar sitting at the feet of it, putting a whole bunch of mugs around the sculpture.
Okay. We know this guy's name. I don't remember where I wrote it down.
Jimby Clerg.
So I'm
It's a very common name.
gonna come on over to him and slap a hand down on his shoulder and say, Jimby!
Oh my God! Where did you come from?
Oh, we were just sitting talking to the dragon.
You.
Oh yeah, we're
How
like
did you get here?
We're super good friends with the dragon now.
I went inside the dragon.
oh.
He is very freaked out, and he says, "Okay, all right. I thought that you guys were the ghost at first.
The ghost?
What ghost?
He never comes into this room, so I was very surprised. Yeah, there's a ghost that looks kind of like you guys. He's a short guy. He haunts these caverns. That's why it's called the Haunted Cavern.
How do you know he's a ghost?
This is the haunted cavern?
Yeah, you guys have heard of the Haunted Caverns, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we know all about the haunted
It's
cavern.
because it's haunted by the ghost.
Right.
So you've seen the ghost though. It's not just like it's the legend of the ghost. Like
I've seen the ghost and I've heard him talk for a little bit, and he warned me that this whole town was doomed unless I made a really good sandwich. And so I've been running all around town trying to find lettuce because the sandwich isn't done unless there's lettuce on it.
if you only needed to make one sandwich, why did you steal like all of the cheese and from everywhere?
I didn't steal all the cheese. I stole nothing, actually. Why would you say that? Because I'm go ahead and roll insight with advantage.
Oh, goody. I'm so much slower with half a screen. That's an 18.
Okay, this is the reason you had to roll insight for this is because he seems like he's completely guilty of stealing all the cheese. He did not. He is just very nervous when being confronted by authority figures.
He's a bad test taker.
You mean it then. You meant it when you said you didn't steal.
I need to make a sandwich, like a really good sandwich. I don't know who stole all of the cheese, but it wasn't me. I came to the tavern to get food And you guys said all the food was gone.
Excuse me, Paul.
Yes. Ian.
Thanks to 2 anonymous donors, we have magically reunited the party.
Okay. So this is good. I don't know if you guys could tell, the audience watching, I was trying to maybe get the party back together as well, but this makes it a lot easier.
What the hell? What the hell just happened? What?
So you guys, everyone who was in the village, when the ponies say, "Hey, we have to, you have to go and get Patches," Patches doesn't know her own strength. You hear what sounds like a thunderous hoof step, and a hole in the ground opens up, and all of you fall into this room with Jiminy Clerg. Jiminy is his nickname. It's Jimmy Clerg, and this weird kelp rock statue. And you're missing party members.
It's our lower half.
Oh, I'm so glad to see you all. Thank goodness you're all right.
Hi.
So that made kind of a loud noise when you did that. And something interesting has happened. You hear a bunch of clattering, a bunch of sounds, and behind the stone statue, now that all of you are in this room, you can see that there are what look like gallery exhibits behind this. This statue is just one of many different things. And what they are is really interesting because they look like they're like plowshares and a garbage can and an old rickety chair and things, but they all start moving towards you. Like, and not moving like inching towards you. They're all locked up, but they start rotating towards you. And you hear a tiny voice say, "Jimmy, who is this?" And Jimmy goes, "Oh shit, they're awake."
Who's awake?
Jimmy, I have the same question. Who's this?
What you see are a giant group, not a giant group, I'm sorry, let me say this correct. A collection of objects, junk really, that have Picasso-like eyes on like 2 sides of their face, mouths, and 2 sides of their face being like, let's say, for example, a shovel that has 2 eyes on the sides of its face, a mouth on this side of it. A pair of boots hideous. With teeth, things of this nature, just junk that has facial features. And let me see if this is, I had this plan whenever we were talking about this, and I didn't know if it was going to work or not, but I'm going to give it a shot. It looks kind of like, oh, sorry guys. This was such a good plan when I had it, because everything was going to open up super fast and I wouldn't be sitting here on my iPad trying to get it to work. But that's now that we're actually in the middle of it, everything that I'm trying to do is failing.
I have a question for the GM while you're looking stuff up.
Yes, please.
Is part of this thing made of my missing mugs?
This is the thing, is that your mugs underneath this weird kelp statue-y thing are starting to assemble themselves into something. And end up looking, oh, this is so great, you guys. Great question, good timing. End up looking something, oh, this is great. Yeah, of course, because of the background. Something like this. Can you see it?
Oh boy.
I
One more
did see a
time.
very nice looking ottoman.
Yeah, that's foreshadowing. Okay.
That's the
So
Empire.
I have this
The
background.
Ottoman
I
Empire is
apologize,
coming.
guys. Oh, this is going to be good. Okay.
Looks
This
a little like a
thing.
deep sea diver.
There's
Oh, I
kind of
love
an
that
eye in
band.
the center and some weird like pseudopods.
Oh,
And the
dear.
pseudopods are made out of the old mug handles that have become pliable, kind of like worms, as it slithers around and kind of starts coming towards you.
Oh, I hate this.
And I would like everyone to roll initiative.
Oh, goddamn.
Oh dear, that looks like my
That's a
cousin
20,
Ethel's
right?
house. She has a problem.
Initiative is a D20, yeah.
Do you want
And
us
what
all
I'm
to
going to
call
do is
them
I'm going
out?
to go through and I'm going to ask everyone what they got. This will be just 1 second.
My character's supposed to be good at this shit.
Right.
Okay,
With a
Thomas.
dick score like this.
Yes, I rolled a natural 20 on initiative.
Oh, shoot. That's good. Bax?
Yeah, it's a 5, but we're not going to talk about it.
Olive. And Bax, your hellhounds are going to go on your turn.
Okay.
Olive.
12. 12.
Sue.
This is when being a chronomancer comes in handy. 19.
Nice. Eric.
17.
People persons.
I rolled a 1.
Okay, this is what I'm going to say about the 1. Your two halves are going to have to negotiate as to how you're going to handle this. You can decide to become one person again. You can operate separately, but you go on the same turn.
Oh my gosh, let's Voltron together. Come on. I'm gonna get up on him.
Melisandre.
I rolled an 8, which is unfortunate.
Okay, and
Hieronymus Butts.
I believe you rolled an 8. I
Pretty
rolled
sure
a
it's
4.
gross schwanz.
4.
Plus 1, so 5.
Okay. So this little mug guy is going to go first, and he is going to roll up to Omniferous. It's going to try to bite you on the ankle.
Oh no. I like my ankles.
Ooh, yeesh. Does a 22
Like-
hit?
Past tense.
Yeah. Yeah. I think
Okay.
that's nicked me.
You take a point of damage
Huh.
from this little weird slithering mug creature biting you on the ankle.
I can take that.
And it says, "I will bow before the king."
Okay.
And then it's your turn.
Wait, lower numbers go first?
Oh my gosh. How did that happen?
I think you might have meant Thomas.
Thomas goes. It did bite you at first, but when I was putting in your initiative, I put it in incorrectly.
See, if we're playing lowball D&D, I'm gonna do really well.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. Thomas, you are first of your party. And you're on mute, Thomas, if you're talking.
Okay. All right. I see that there is a risk to my friends, and I throw my arms to my sides, and 2 big shields unfold from my forearms. And I let's see. I prepare a defensive action if that is allowed.
Yes, you can do that.
Yes, I'm like trying to anticipate where the next attack is going to come from, so I can shield my new friends.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and say that your instincts kick in.
Mm-hmm.
You see that this the shovel that I described earlier, is going to be running towards Sue. It's handle. These things, once they get animated, their parts become very very sea creature-esque, very Lovecraftian in their way. So the handle of the shovel is whipping around kind of like a flagellum, if you've ever seen one of those in a microscope. And it
Classic.
springs off of the wall and heads towards Sue.
All right. I'm going to deflect the creature and say, "Wrong way, old chap."
Okay. So can you describe to me and the people at home as well how your defensive actions work?
I'm kind of a baby to D&D, so I'm not entirely sure.
Okay. So this is what we're gonna say.
All right.
I'm gonna say, just for the purposes of us and the audience and everything like that, he's gonna attack you instead of Sue.
Okay.
Does that sound like equitable to everybody?
Sounds great.
Okay.
I'm gonna try and thwack him out of the way with my shield.
So this is what happens. The sword hits your shield, makes a ta-tang, and it falls down. Looks like it's kind of stunned. Because it basically just hit a metal wall with its face. So yeah, that's that. And Sue, it is now your turn.
Listen, Muggs, I don't care how poor a tipper one of my customers is. I will not have my serving utensils attack him. And I cast Toll the Dead on the Muggs.
Okay.
So
and again, from now on, just everybody, when you cast something, so cast Toll the Dead, then explain what Toll the Dead does.
Toll the Dead, it creates these ringing, sonorous, sort of dirgy sounding bells. And it does damage to what it is being cast on. In this case, these Mugs need to make a wisdom saving throw.
All right, perfect.
Whoops, that's not what I meant to do.
Oh, these are some pretty... Okay, so you cast it on the Mugs.
Yes.
They and the good thing is that the Mugs, I know that this might seem weird, but it's totally true. They don't have the best when it comes to wisdom.
Shocking.
They have a 5 wisdom. What's your spell DC?
14.
Yeah, no. The Mugs take whatever damage, however much that is.
I will go ahead and roll my damage. I need a D8, which I should have had already. 5 points of, I believe it's necrotic damage. Hang on. 5 damage. Yes, 5 necrotic damage.
Okay, let's see here. Yeah, that is not poison. So, okay. So it goes and isn't dead. It looks, if you can imagine, parts of the wood are chipping away. It moves its tentacle stalk eye over at you and goes. So you've heard it for sure.
If you don't want any more of that, I suggest you go fill yourself with beer and bring it back over to Heine and let him drink out of you.
It actually pauses, and we'll see what happens next. Okay. Yes. Oh, yeah. Okay. We'll see what happens. Now, the next thing, there is a small collection of thimbles and yarn in the form of a little man that does not walk at, but sort of falls and twists and moans while it's doing it, like, this hurts, I hate this, over to Eric. and it is opening up the tiniest mouth you've ever seen and is attempting to bite the flesh side of Eric. And if you've ever been bitten by a very tiny animal that doesn't even break the skin, okay, this is what would have happened to you if it didn't miss your foot entirely. It just sort of tries to barely gum at you and is only getting the air. It can't make it all the way to you. But so this little thing is in front of you now. And it is your turn, Eric.
A fascinating contraption this little thing is. I will bend down, and as I can always produce the right tools for any job, I will investigate it.
Okay.
See if I can find any weaknesses or any information about it.
All right, I'll tell you what is happening with this guy. So you are sensing that this little collection of thimbles and thread and like some weird viscera of some kind, like maybe part organic material. It seems very familiar to you in that this is a melding of organic stuff and mechanical stuff. And you know that this is not entirely under its own control. You sense a telepathic bond that this has with some larger intelligence that is on this plane of existence, but is not in this general area. So it's not necessarily remote controlled. It does have its own autonomy, but it is receiving commands from some other place. And is there another action you want to take, like a movement or anything like that you want to do?
No, I'm going to spend my whole turn investigating this strange contraption.
Okay, that's great. So that's what I would say you glean from it. The other thing that you can see is that it's magical in nature. It's not purely mechanical. You're familiar with this kind of thing, though. So yeah, you clock that these things are constructs. And if anybody were to have some sort of a more intimate knowledge of constructs than you don't know anyone in the area, but it's possible. I mean, this is like your bread and butter. You see these things and you're like, okay, somebody's made these, and you don't know how they would have gotten here. That's the thing, is that you know for a fact Jim B. Clerg is not smart enough to put something like this together. So I would say that's your turn. All right, the next thing, there is, let's see here. There is another small thing. This one is, if you can imagine a whole bunch of combs put together and hair ties and pins and stuff. Oh, Dave, I'm sorry. That wasn't, I appreciate it, but no, it starts moving towards Olive. And Olive, I hate to say this, but a lot of these things are coming towards you for some reason. So
okay.
This is the first one. And it has, again, little teeth. Totally misses. Absolutely, a 10 doesn't hit you, right?
No.
Yeah.
No.
So it misses. So you've got the hair stuff. There's a soap thing with a. Somebody pointed out that combs do have a lot of teeth. That's nice. So you have a soap thing that has what looks like a mouse trap wedged in it that bites at you.
Okay.
Does a 17 hit?
Yeah.
You take a point of damage.
Oh. Oh no. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So we have the hair thing, the soap thing. There's another thing that is a set of crocheting needles that comes at you. And it's bent and twisted into the form of a man. I'm trying to make this roll. It's not doing it. 9 does not hit. It misses you. And then there is a larger thing now. A bear trap, you're familiar with it. Things that people use, like with big teeth and everything like that. That also comes at you. Basically, all of it is getting mobbed right now. Clamps right in front of your face. Nothing happens. And then finally, one other little guy. And this is a soft, fuzzy little bear that someone has stuck a whole bunch of needles into its mouth. And it also misses you. So all these things, all of these massive things, all come at all of it at the same time. None of them have hit you. And it is your turn.
Okay. I just remembered that I have my wand of fireball or whatever.
Yeah. I will say this, all these things that came at you, they are close to where you're at, right?
Yeah.
So I wouldn't necessarily suggest it, but there are 3 larger things against the far wall, about the size of this bear trap. There's a chest of drawers. There is a I don't know how to describe it, but you know the wicker chairs that you sit on. That's got the things that are woven in. One of those, and then finally
like a peacock chair.
What's that?
Like a peacock chair, the big rounded back thing.
Yeah, exactly that. And then finally the bust of like a clothes horse that somebody would put a shirt on, if that makes sense. One of those, except it's got knives for arms, and it twists kind of like that. Those are all moving towards where Bax is at, but they are not where Bax is at. You could hit those with the fireball and not touch any of your friends.
And so the thing is, I don't know that Olive knows it's a wand of fireball. She knows it's a wand, and I haven't used it yet.
She does know that it's a wand of fireball.
Oh, I do know that. Okay.
Yes.
Rules lawyer.
Great.
Excuse me, rules lawyer.
Also, do you think I know what fireball is? I don't know.
Okay, so when you hold this wand,
yeah, I just
if you can
instinctively
imagine
know
this,
what it does.
You have an image in your head of you, a 2-dimensional version of you standing in a forest with a whole bunch of wolves running at you, and you see yourself pointing at the wolves and the wolves exploding into flame.
Great.
And that image plays in your head over and over and over again, as if the wand is like, hey man, make me do this. This is what I want to do.
Okay.
Little cartoon Wandy. I see you're trying to cast a spell. Would you like some assistance?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Wandy is a new character in the game now.
Yeah. Okay.
Wandy will show up whenever any new wand shows up that you don't know what it is.
I aim the wand out. Actually, I'm gonna just. Am I engaged in combat right now?
No. Well, I mean, this is combat, right?
Right, but
combat is kind of like a new mode of play. Time slows down. Everything that we're doing is happening super fast, but we're taking our time with it.
I guess what I mean is, can I move away without taking an attack of opportunity?
Oh yeah. There's. Well, okay, wait. No. I forgot. At first I was going to say, no, all these things have been attacking you. Yeah, if you turn your back on them, they will definitely. Yeah. But they're all very short and very small, so you can shoot your fireball over there if you wanted to. But if you wanted to, here's the thing. If you wanted to get away without them attacking you,
I can just use my action.
Not take any other action and then run away.
I don't
Also
run.
possibility.
I'm aggressive, baby. And I'm gonna just and I point the wand and I just like and like I try to center it so that I don't think it would hit any of my comrades,
Yeah.
but center it on the enemies. And I do
Yes.
that.
So you can get. Here's what I'm going to say.
Mhm.
When these things were attacking you, some of the little ones got crowded out by the big one when it came in. So I'm going to say that you can hit some of the little ones and those other 3 that I mentioned without getting any of your comrades in.
Great. I don't know how to roll for a fireball.
Rules lawyer, can you tell me how many dice this wand of fireball?
I certainly can. Give me a moment to look that up.
Yeah.
For
I
those
just
of you
realized-
playing along at home or listening at home, Fireball has a certain amount of dice that it does, but it changes depending on what level you cast it at.
Mhm.
This is a 3rd level fireball spell, so the target would take 8d6 damage.
8d6.
And they would have to resist a saving throw, dexterity saving throw, against a DC of 15.
Okay.
Okay.
And I will say that since we have the concept of Wandy now in the game, once the spell has been cast from this wand, Wandy disappears from your mind and suggests to you that the wand may be used up.
Back into the inky void from whence that came.
41 damage.
How much?
41.
41. Okay. So, what I can say with 41 damage, the first one that attacked you, which I believe was the thimble one, is that correct? No, the thimble one is the one with Eric. Sorry about this. Okay, we'll do this. Let's just cut to the chase. The first one, ashes. The second one, ashes. Because even if they were able to save, they would not have enough hit points to last. This one, ashes. So the first 3 little ones that attacked you, done. Oh wait, you said 41. The bear trap, completely gone as well. You caught the edge of it with that. And then these other, and then all the other ones that we mentioned, I would describe what they were, but it doesn't matter. You can't, if you can't remember, you can't tell, because there is nothing left of these guys except for some charred metal and little flakes of ash where their bodies once were. And when that happens, Eric, if you have been checking out this guy, when those guys leave, when those guys get burnt to a crisp, you feel like, the only way I can describe it is that this thing and all those other things are all connected. Like there's, if you can imagine a big rubber band stretched out into little pieces. When those things die, that energy snaps back. They are dead. Their bodies are dead. They're not going to move anymore. But that energy is going back to whoever is controlling these things.
Okay.
So that was an awesome turn. And yeah, Wandy, as mentioned, does a little sign off. And I think we're going to make a ruling that Cody speaks for Wandy whenever Wandy shows up, because I could not do any better. That was awesome.
Key to my longevity as an actor is I keep inventing characters people want to see again.
All right. So the next thing we have is this guy runs in that none of you have seen before. He's got on a fur vest and he's like, Jimmy, what the fuck just happened? And Jimmy goes, "Ah, ah," and Jimby is pointing at Olive, freaking out. And the bandit looks at Jimby, looks at Olive, and hesitantly takes out a crossbow, but doesn't take any action. He's looking at Olive.
Oh, do you want to fight me? Is that something you really want to do right now?
He doesn't, though. He doesn't do anything yet, but he's a little bit concerned. And Melisandre, that is your turn.
Oh, crossbow. I speak this language.
Just want to let you know, you also see another one of the junk things. It's a hoe, like a garden implement that, thank you, everyone. Yes. That has...
You know what? We'll just acknowledge it's there and just let it be.
Yeah. It is coming in, and you hear a voice in the hall going, "What was that?" So
Well. Just because it's my favorite enemy, would I know that would these be considered constructs?
You are 100% sure that hoe that you're looking at is a construct.
Oh, I knows a hoe when I sees it. Sorry, a little grumpy one. All right. Well. Careful, you're gonna get poked. I think Melisandre will rapidly engage with this here hoe and pulls the knitting needles out of her bun. At which point her hair just kind of unfurls and hits the ground, and she becomes quite a sight to behold, and will make 2 attacks, one with the main hand, one with the offhand, being a 2-hand fighting ranger. From Hell's Black Heart, I stab at thee. First one is a 16 to hit.
That does not hit.
Balls!
Armor class 17.
Ooh, well.
Excuse me, Paul.
Yes, Ian.
I believe that Hymniferous will look down and see that a wand has magically appeared in his hand.
Oh, there are shenanigans in the donations tonight.
You do not know what this wand does.
Second attack was a 19.
Oh, 19 hits. Yeah, you got it.
Rock and roll. Second attack. So that's just a flat D6. So that's 3 points of damage. And then my because I am a swarm ranger, they will take an extra 4 points of damage from a swarm of semi-ethereal fey cats that just kind of come crawling out of my hair and just lurch over the thing and scratch at it.
Okay, so the hoe has eyes.
The hoe had eyes.
And so yeah, and now the hoe has been now you know, of course, that knowing what you know about constructs, they're mostly for show.
Mm-hmm.
These constructs are going to have blind sight. He's going to be able to see anyway, but it still hurts and it looks terrible. So it's not doing well. What was the total damage?
7, I believe.
7 damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not happy. For sure. And it's gonna swing around on you. Oh no. 19?
19 absolutely hits.
Okay. And
52 points of damage. No, sorry.
Oh my gosh. The hoe rears back. And how many hit points do you have?
Plenty. 25.
Okay, great. It plants itself into your shoulder for 15 points of damage.
Oh no, you ho! Oh no! Ho 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 no!
That was the most that anyone's done so far to you guys.
Oh my goodness!
So into the room at this point strides a guy. And so the first guy who came in and said, "What's that?" was in a fur vest. This guy has a fur like coat that reaches down to the floor. It's actually kind of dusty and everything like that, but he's trying to look fancy. And he says, "Who's messing with my gallery?" And Jimmy says, "Sir, these things, I told you that this was a dumb idea. These things are attacking everybody. Who are all these people?" And he's taken his turn inquiring about this. He's not doing anything else this round. So there is now a fancy bandit, a regular bandit, Jimby, and there is still the tiny mug guy on the ground. Everything else is dead. So I'm going to say that we're sort of out of combat, but the bandit with the crossbow is still looking at Olive.
Wait, the big one that just attacked Cody's character is dead too?
Oh, no, that one. I'm sorry. The hoe is still alive. I apologize. We are still in combat. Dave, thank you for keeping track. You are a lot of people. I don't know if you've heard about this, but 8 people at once is sometimes challenging.
True.
We talked out. We're cool. It was a misunderstanding.
Thank you so much.
Is the one in front of me currently alive or burnt to a crisp?
He is, yeah, that one is gone. And that's how you could feel. You felt it through it. And it took that. I'm going to say this. It wasn't burnt to a crisp. It died with its fellows, though. When that Band-Aid thing happened, when it was pulling back, it pulled back to avoid getting injured anymore from the one that you've got, if that makes sense. And you clock all that what's going on. For the other people, you were holding this thing, it was squirming a little bit, now it's limp. So that's information that you will have to share with the rest of the party after the fight if you want them to understand how that worked out. And yeah, so the Hyniferous, it is actually Bax. It is your turn.
Cool. I'm not really sure what I can do here. I feel like I want to do this daunting roar, but I don't know if that would actually do anything useful. It just seems like a
can
thing
you
that I could
can
do
you tell the
because
people what daunting roar does?
Well, I can tell you what it says here.
Oh, of
It
course.
says, as a bonus action, once per short rest, creatures of your choice within 10 feet that can hear you must succeed on a wisdom saving throw DC 11 or become frightened of you until the end of your next turn. I just don't know what being frightened of me does.
Okay, well, being frightened is a condition. And the way that I would describe it is by opening up this player's handbook and reading the rules for it, unless someone else already knows what it is.
I'm pretty
it might
sure
be a race.
They
I don't
can't
know.
willingly move closer
yeah.
to her if they're afraid of her.
Right.
That's the main thing.
Oh, well then what happens if I move closer to them? once
Totally
I've scared
doable.
them?
It just can't move towards you. It can move away
Right,
from
but are
you.
they like?
it
But I'm
can't.
saying, are they like frozen? They move. Okay, they can move away. You're saying they can't move
Yeah.
towards me.
The way that
Excuse
I
me,
would.
Paul.
Oh, it does.
Oh, sorry, Ian. Go ahead.
Yes, we have had another donation, and now all PC melee attacks, that's all of you, are at +1 to damage. All enemy melee attacks, pardon me, not damage, to hit. All enemy melee attacks are also at +1 to hit.
You
Okay.
chose violence.
Yes, this donor chose violence.
So, Bax, here's what I will say. You are in these bandits' caverns. You've seen what looks like one of the bandit bosses showing up, inquiring to the other bandits there what's going on. You surmise that they have been collecting these violent, weird constructs and just sort of nailing them to the walls of this room. And you guys have just destroyed a bunch of them. That's the situation. Now, how you want to deal with it is completely up to you.
There's been an awful lot of attacking. I feel like the daunting roar happens kind of by accident, and I don't know that it's useful, but I feel like it's what's happening anyway. Just because all of her new friends, have suddenly been attacked, and she's a child.
Okay, so read the rule again. You choose a type of creature.
Yeah, I'm assuming that the bandits are all like humans, is what I kind of right.
I would say that for the purposes of this,
okay,
you
Bandit.
can treat the bandits like a group.
Yes.
So yeah,
All
I
right.
would say that works.
Cool. Once per short rest, they must wait. Are they within 10 feet of me? I guess I could move
I will
to
say
within 10
this:
feet of me. Because I would get in their face and then yell at them to leave my friends alone, basically.
I will say this: you can on your turn get to within 10 feet of the two bandits that are the new bandits who have shown up.
So not Jimby.
Not Jimby. Jimby's a little bit further back.
Okay.
And
so we've determined that Jimby is the lowest order of bandits, so we don't.
Yes, exactly. Jimby is. We're not even sure if Jimby really is considered a bandit.
He's a lettuce runner.
And the other thing is that you also heard somebody out in the hall. So if you get further away from Jimby, closer to there, you could probably affect all three of those guys.
All right.
Excuse me, Paul. One quick clarification.
Yes.
Did we understand that frightened creatures are also at disadvantage on their attack and ability check rolls if the source of their fear is within line of sight?
I do not think anyone clarified that out loud.
That is a component of the frightened condition.
Might be pretty cool.
Yeah. So I get right in their face with a leave my friends alone, but leave my friends alone. I don't want to blow anybody out at home with the sound. So
yeah. So you yell this, leave my friends at home, and I don't know if you've ever dealt with this, but when you do that,
well, this was. I'm sorry to interrupt for a second because we talked about this. Dave and I talked. Someone and I talked about this. She doesn't know this is the thing that she can do. She doesn't know she's a Leonin. She's never done this before. She's in a very stressful situation, and instinctively gets in front of everybody, and shouts at them with more force than she knows she has to leave her friends alone. Is what's happening. And her character.
And like as she does that, her buddies also are like bark, 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 bark.
Buddy and other buddy.
And between the three of you, all the bandits leave. They all get out. Jimby actually gets out as well. And you're left alone in this room with, I believe now it's just a flying hoe at this point. Oh, no, there's the flying hoe.
No, I still got to punish my mugs, apparently.
Yeah, and actually, your mugs are still there, and there are a couple of other little guys crawling around. In fact, we'll go in order. 1 second.
Wait, but I thought they're controlled by the guy.
What's that?
Oh, never mind. I was just saying.
No, you're right. You're right. The guy pulled back his power, but the hoe's still here. And if again, this is meta because you don't know that this is all Eric's stuff.
Right.
Because the hoe is there, the little things. It's sort of like planetary. The larger the thing is, the more little satellite things seem to be alive, if that makes sense. So the fact that the hoe is still here means that there are other little things. And Eric, on your turn, I'm just gonna put this bug in your ear. You could probably pick one up and do some more stuff with it. But that's Bax's turn. Next is Omniferous. And Dango, you're muted.
I'm gonna whack the hoe.
All right. And what are you going to use?
My mace.
Awesome.
Don't drive it deeper in, for God's sake.
I'm gonna whack the part of the hoe that is not inside my friend.
Okay, yeah, you're gonna basically be banging its flagellum handle.
Yes.
I have a trouble keeping track of all the entendres here.
Eloquently stated. And I have rolled a 10 plus 2 for a 12, so I'm guessing that I miss.
Well, here's the thing. You hit the flagellum, right? But it just sort of gloops out of the way and wriggles and all that. And so it doesn't really get that much of a purchase.
Damn it.
Do you have any other bonus action or movement that you want to do?
Well, let me see if any of my healing is bonus action. I'm guessing not, but... Wait a minute. Oh, that's never mind. Nope, that's it.
Okay. So then we will go ahead and move to... Okay, from out in the hallway, you hear a voice say, "All right, you've made your point. What do you want?"
I want my mugs back.
Your mugs? And then you hear Jimby frantically whispering, and there's silence on that end as they are having what seems to be a conference of some kind.
I suppose he raises a good point. What actually are we doing here? What do we want out of this situation? I'm not quite sure at this point.
I don't know. They started attacking us.
To stop attacking us.
Well, they also stole pretty much everything from the tavern. They stole a lot of food, a lot of our eating utensils.
So
they pretty much stripped my entire business bare.
I don't know if I mentioned this, Sue, but there were barrels of food down in the hole.
Don't think
I'm not sure it was Jimby and these people.
While this conversation is happening, persons, you're finally whole, or are you separate, working in tandem?
I have climbed atop my kin brother. I'm up on his shoulders now. I'm a towering 5'5". Paul, what's the scariest thing in this room right now?
Scariest thing in the room is definitely the flying hoe.
So I look at this flying hoe, as they call it, and see it. I'm terrified. So I'm going to disguise myself as another flying hoe.
Okay.
This is my spell, disguise self. And make myself, including like clothing, armor, weapons, and other belongings, look completely different. So I look like a flying hoe.
Okay.
Wait, do both halves of you look like a flying hoe, or is it just the...
I am people persons. I am one person.
So yeah, the hoe looks at you, and if an inanimate object could do this, this is what it would be doing.
What did it do?
Turns and actually sucks itself out of Melisandre's arm and kind of starts floating over towards where people persons is.
Oh, well, I didn't expect this to go this direction. I'm going to manifest like a big frilly pink bow on my head to indicate, like Miss Pac-Man rules, that I am a suitor hoe to this flying hoe.
Okay. So I'm going to say that that's your action. Like at that point, like you have any bonus action or movement that you want to take?
No, I'm not moving anywhere.
Okay.
I'm fucking terrified.
So that takes us back to the little mugs. Little mugs, who I believe at this point in time are still attacking Thomas. Is that correct?
I thought they were. Oh, no. Sorry, yes. I attacked them after they attacked Thomas.
Okay.
Yes, I believe you're right.
So, Thomas, you take another point of damage
Sorry, no, it wasn't Thomas that I was protecting. It was sorry, Heine. It was Heine that they bit, I believe, for 1 point of damage.
Well, they're biting Thomas now. That's for sure.
Okay.
So
They definitely got me for 1 point too.
Yeah, Heine and Olive both got bit.
okay, so yes, you're correct, Dave. Thomas protected Jaime. Now Thomas is feeling the brunt of these mugs' anger. And 1 point of damage.
Oh dear. I say, old chaps, please desist from this damage making upon my person.
And it just goes.
We don't have to do this. We could be friends.
Roll persuasion.
My lord, everyone wants to make friends with our enemies.
Objects are just people, but slowly.
Objects are just people, but slowly.
Those were the words that were said by Thomas the Tank.
Yes, people think of me as an object, and I rolled 13 persuasion.
Okay.
Oh wait, persuasion. I rolled charisma. That would be a 15.
Ooh. So these mugs look at you and say, friend?
Yes. Friend. My name is Thomas. Do you have a name?
Mugs.
What a lovely name. Perfectly splendid.
And Muggs sits down and says to Thomas, why do we gotta fight?
I don't
Why do
know.
people always gotta fight?
I would think that the world would be a much better place if everyone was friends instead of enemies.
And that is, I'd say that's Thomas's turn as well. Now the hoe and the mugs and the ones that have been burnt sort of all are, and this is for I'm sorry about this. This is for Eric. This isn't Eric's turn, but Eric will know this, and you guys will see this. Power starts to surge back a little bit. The charred bits that were burned up by the fireball coalesce into basically 3 beings. There were a bunch more. Now they're these sort of ash monsters, if you will. 2 big, 1 little. And one of them is going towards Sue. And Sue, what is your armor class?
$17.
Okay. This
I
thing,
got a shell.
This thing slaps at your shell ineffectively. And it is your turn.
Stop that. Stop it. And I is the thing that is attacking me, does it look damaged at all?
It looks, here's the thing, it looks janky. It has reconstructed itself out of a whole bunch of broken and burnt pieces.
Oh, screw it. I'm still going to toll the dead. It needs to make a wisdom 14 saving throw.
I'm just going to say, you, Sue, as a magic user, know that doing wisdom stuff to these guys is great because they have absolutely no sense. Oh, shoot. It falls to pieces. It just dust.
Okay.
It rolled a 1 on its saving throw for that.
Nice.
Yeah. So you unmade it. That was your action. You have a bonus action and movement if you want it.
Oh, it's been a while since I've thought about bonus actions. Hang on. Bonus action movement. Oh, I'm gonna hold on to that one. Yeah, I guess I'll move over to
So there are two other little ashy guys.
Oh,
and
they're
then you've got
little
your friends.
ashy guys.
Well, there's one that's, I'm sorry, two shoddy ashy guys, one big, one little.
Oh, okay. But that one was trying to attack me. And there's two hoe monsters now.
No. Well, yeah, okay. You see two hoe monsters. One of them was the one that you remember, and the other one, you swear, prettiest hoe monster you've seen.
I'm very
Ever.
attractive.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep an eye on the two hoe monsters just to be prepared if either one of them attacks me. I guess I'm not really gonna
Okay.
take a bonus action or any movement.
All
Actually,
right,
no.
and-
Wherever Bax is, I'm gonna move closer to Bax because Bax did move forward, right?
Yeah, that's
yeah,
right.
I want to be closer to Bax. So
Okay,
and
this,
ideally, I would like to just step on the mug thingy on my way. I don't know if that's possible.
okay, so at this point in time, the two other things, the other ash monsters start meandering as best as they can towards Eric.
Okay.
And the first one, I'm sorry about this. The first one, oh, hits, I believe. Does a 19 hit you, Eric?
Yes, it does.
Point of damage. It gums you. And the next one, I think probably misses. A 12.
Are you
A
adding the
12 will
+1,
hit.
Paul?
I'm for hitting him, I'm minusing one.
The donation suggests that all two hits on melee attacks are +1 right now.
Oh, even for enemies
and player characters.
I messed up. I thought you said that player characters get +1, enemies get -1. That's
No,
good to know.
Enemies get +1.
Thank you. That's
A 12
the
a 12
equivalent
will
of
hit.
teacher you forgot to assign us homework, but that's good. I appreciate it.
I'm here to keep the game interesting, Paul.
Well, you're here to keep the game honest as well, and I appreciate you. Don't think that I don't. All right, so it still missed, I believe.
A 12 will hit.
A 12 will hit. I apologize. Then you take 12 points of damage.
Total or 12 for the second hit?
Total, you take 13.
Okay.
And it is your turn. And just so that the audience knows, in case you're wondering, at the end of this combat, we will be taking a break. So start thinking about that and what you're going to do.
Are they currently within melee?
They are. They're both squared up with you.
Bonus to disengage, action to run as far away in this room as I can from them.
Sounds good. You are now over with I'm gonna say there's a corner that you can run to where there is no one. I'm guessing that's where you're headed.
I will head over there. Do I have another action to cast a spell?
I'm gonna say with disengage, do you have any spells that have bonus action on them?
Not that I would cast.
Okay, then no. Next round, you will be able to. All right. So at this point in time, we have one of the tiny ash creatures comes over to Olive and says, "Why?"
You were biting me. I'm sorry. If you promise not to bite me, I won't hurt you at all, I swear.
Let's stop befriending our enemies.
It tries to bite you and doesn't.
I.
Enemies are just friends that haven't figured it out yet.
Yeah, I'm gonna charm Is that a humanoid?
I will say this. You have observed Thomas making friends with one of these things. You probably don't need a spell. You just need a good persuasion roll.
Okay. Yeah.
Try bread.
Yeah, I'm gonna say, hey, don't bite me, and we'll be besties, okay?
Okay, and I'm going to say you already tried to talk him into it.
Mm-hmm.
So I would say, yeah, go ahead and I would take advantage on this one because, like I said, you already told him not to bite you, and he bit you anyway, so he's feeling maybe a little guilty.
It's a 21.
Okay, that's awesome. The little ash guy sits down and goes, okay, no fight. And at that point, the only things that we have right now are the two that we're fighting. Eric, Muggs is pacified. This one is pacified. The bandits are afraid. They will not come into this room as long as Bax is here. And I feel like that's a pretty good place to pause, and we can go back and resolve what we're going to do with the ashy constructs after a break, because everyone has been very patient.
Are the
sort of
hose
going
gone?
through.
Don't forget the hose.
Everybody always forgets the hose.
Right.
I feel like that how the hose resolve themselves is going to be a thing unto itself. We'll see. We'll see how it works out.
I think it might be. I might be people person who's getting a little smut break with the other host that he's impersonating.
Just
Interestingly,
point of clarification for the fear, the daunting roar thing. It's till the end of my next turn, so they're not like afraid forever. They're just really scared for.
I will say this: they were afraid, and now they're deep in what can only be described as interpersonal. It's like a business meeting, but they're bandits. So we'll see. So Ian, do we want to tell the audience what's going to be happening, how long we're going to be breaking, and all that good stuff?
Indeed. So we have received a donation from an anonymous donor for a smut to be read at the break. So I would like to see volunteers to read the smut. And give me a moment. I'm going to be writing everybody's name down. So I've got Cody. I've got Brendan.
I would like to volunteer to read a smut, except I really have to go to the bathroom and a couple of other things, so maybe I don't have time. I don't know how long a break we're having in Home and Smut Works.
We may read the smut after the break. So I've got Cody, Brendan, Catherine, Seranine. Who did I miss? Daniel. Anyone else? Okay, so we have 5 candidates. I'm going to roll a d6. On a 6, I will re-roll. I rolled a 6. I'm going to re-roll. Fuck, I rolled a 6. Come on, die. Quit rolling high. I rolled a 3. That would be Catherine. So, Catherine, would you like to read your smut before or after the break? Right now?
After.
No, after. Okay. So the way we're going to work this is we are going to take a break. Paul, would you like to take a 10 or 15? Or do you have no thoughts?
Let's go for a 15-minute break, Ian.
Okay. We'll go for a 15-minute break. At the end of our 15-minute break, we will come back and Catherine will read us some smut. Sound good? Excellent. It is 8:38 for a 15-minute break. Let's call it 8:55 as our return time. We'll see you all back here at 8:55 when we will read some smut. Hello, and welcome back. So, to begin the second part of this delightful Annex Games show, we would like to start with some smut. So, in order to do that, I'm going to roll this very sparkly six-sided die to determine exactly which smut we read. We're going to have our beloved chat moderator, Catherine Blake Smith, read the smut for us. So, let's see what the die says. Die gives me a 2, which means we are reading Denise Fenton is the most beautiful girl at Lake Winnebaska Girls' School.
That's so perfect, Ian. That's the one that I had at the top of the pile.
Excellent.
This is by Colleen Conway Blanchard. Denise Fenton is the most beautiful girl at Lake Winnebaska Girls' School. She is blonde and has tits like cannonballs. Big, hard tits. Her whole body is covered in clear, soft fur, and her teeth are white and sharp. A lot of people say Denise looks like a hard-titted Pomeranian, but really only a little from the left side and only in direct light. She is on the girls' field hockey team, and last week I watched her kick Amelia Bourne in the ear and then score a goal to win the game. Amelia Bourne's ear won't stop bleeding now. She's had bloody gauze stuck to it for 2 weeks, but it's because she won't stop picking at it. I've watched her. Amelia Bourne is revolting. I hope her ear curls up and turns black and falls off, and then she dies of ear cancer. Serves her right for trying to stop Denise. Nobody stops Denise. Denise makes her own rules. She wears eyeshadow and lipstick even during class. She doesn't fucking care. Denise is the most beautiful girl in school, and she dates a boy named Alexander with a green Camaro. He's in college. I've taken the bus past her house. I think about her in the house, eating spaghetti, watching Law and Order. Maybe it's hot, so she's eating spaghetti naked. Denise never talks to me. I'm in her 3rd period history class and in 6th period English literature class, and she never even looks at me. In the locker room after gym class, I watch her get undressed. My locker is 4 down and 2 to the right of Denise's locker. I watch her take off her gym socks and unfurl her tiny pink feet. I watch her roll down the regulation red polyester shorts, and underneath her pale thighs, her yellow cotton underpants strain against the size and power of Denise. I hold my breath and look down casually to tie my shoelace, and she throws her stained Lake Winnebaska jersey onto the wet locker room floor. Her face briefly turned toward the fluorescent light. She glows like an exploding star in her 36D athletic support bra. I open my locker door and use the mirror to see behind me, Denise unclasping the bra and her perfect breasts exposed like a revelation, like God. And then the yellow panties rolled off and the sweet mouse brown pubic hair springing out. I do not follow her to the showers. I cannot follow her to the showers. I would hyperventilate or have a grand mal seizure and probably die watching Denise naked in wet, lathering ivory soap over her biceps. Instead, after gym class, I run behind the metal shop and smoke 3 cigarettes and am late for debate class and get a tardy. Sometimes during English literature class, when Mrs. Brimley is talking about Pip and his great expectations, I watch Denise sleep with her eyes open, her mouth pursed shut, her left ring finger twitching, and I imagine that she's invited me to a sleepover at her house. At the sleepover, Denise makes popcorn and licks butter from her thick, powerful fingers, and later I watch Denise blow smoke rings. I am an excellent smoker. Her parents go to bed early, but we stay up doing makeovers, and she lets me paint her toenails. Her feet feel like leather. Later, she lets me borrow her gray sweatshirt and the picture of a cat in a basket on it, and when I change into it, I can see her watching me, and her upper lip is shining with sweat. We climb into her yellow canopy bed, and as her hot, meaty thigh brushes against mine, she confesses that even though her boyfriend is in college, they've never gone all the way, and I tell her I've made it with a lot of people, like Justin Pincus and his dad's hot tub, and Darren Walters in the bathroom at Popeye's Chicken, neither of which experience was for anything but scientific purposes. And also, Justin Pincus's balls are a weird purple color. But I tell her I can show her the ropes, and her hand snakes under my shirt suddenly. And in a rush of lust and passion, she tears off her pale yellow teddy. I like to imagine her in a silk teddy I saw on Fredericks of Hollywood website. Yellow is a great color for her, and that teddy has a zip-off crotch, which seems real practical. And her teddy is gone. Denise tosses it across the room. It knocks down the framed photo of her boyfriend, Alexander, as it smashes into the dresser. Denise pushes against me, her mouth on mine, her tiny, sharp teeth drawing blood. I gasp as her breasts slam into me, the weight of her tits crushing my rib cage and bruising my clavicle. I'm pinned beneath her muscular torso. Still, my fingers burst free and I find her perfect vagina slide in. She calls out my name again and again, her breath coming ragged, our bodies crashing into each other. She can't stop saying my name until finally, overwhelmed with pleasure, she falls into a dreamless sleep. I think about that a lot during English literature class as I watch Denise's sleeping head fall forward. Sometimes I change it up and think that at the sleepover we take a shower together and she slams me onto the tiles, and then we bake cookies and she licks the raw dough off my breasts. I think if Denise ever did invite me to a real sleepover, it might happen that way. Yesterday, she caught my eye during a lecture on the Black Death. She licked her lips and her nipples were rock hard.
Thank you, Catherine. Paul, you're muted.
Oh, okay. Well, where were we? So this is what first of all, I have to acknowledge that was great. That was great. In the game where we're at, I think Thomas and Muggs, you're out of combat now, right? You're just sort of thinking about man's inhumanity to man, or small Muggs' inhumanity to fantasy robots, and how it doesn't have to be that way. And so Muggs looks at you as like, you're okay. You're okay. And if you can be okay, I can be okay.
That's right. That's right, little friend.
And the sort of eye that we have goes past you guys over to Sue. Sue is looking at the two sort of ash constructs that have just attacked Omar. Omar ran from them, and they're running over towards where Omar's at, or flying and crawling, depending on which one. The bigger one is sort of flying, the smaller one is sort of crawling. But in order to get to him, they have to go past you first. So you have an opportunity to do stuff.
Can opportunity attacks be spells? I'm not sure.
I'm going to say for our purposes, yes.
Okay.
Ian, if you want to overrule me on that, I don't think that's
I would never wish to overrule you, Paul. I would say that as written, the rules suggest that opportunity attacks should be melee attacks. However, spells are a pretty good way to change it.
I think there's a feat that allows you to do that.
Okay. So let me ask you a question.
Right.
I will say this. Do you have anything that's a bonus action?
My
Or a
only bonus
reaction?
action spell is Misty Step, and I've
Okay.
already used all of my second level spells.
So
last
I
month.
do want to note that according to my my little notes here. Don't turtles have claws?
Uh-huh. But they don't do as much damage as my staff.
Well then.
So
there you go. So you could get an attack on both of these guys.
Really? All right. Okay.
As they leave your area.
All right. I will attack with my quarterstaff.
Don't forget to add your +1.
Yep. That's a total of 13.
Okay, so for the little guy, that's exactly what you need.
Okay. That will do a total of 6. 1,
Okay.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6 points of damage.
Staff comes down, squishes. It is no more.
Okay.
And when it gets squished, turns into a little puff of smoke and ash. And Eric, you feel power goes out. Nothing more is going to be animated from that guy.
Okay. And so I get an opportunity on the other one as well.
You get the opportunity on the other one.
Crazy pants. Ooh, that's a nice roll. That is let's see. 19 plus 2 plus 1, 22 total.
22 will hit.
For 3 damage.
Okay. That doesn't do as much. The way I look at it, right? I mean, squash, and then you get to come around and you hit it, but it's not that hard. So it's going to keep on going. But I'm going to say that you actually do have a chance to do an action on your turn, which it now is.
Oh, okay. I will cast Magic Missile. Magic Missile sends how many darts? It sends each. You create 3 glowing darts of magical force. Each dart hits a creature of your choice that I can see within range. It deals 1d4 plus 1 force damage to its target. If memory serves, these just automatically
hit. They automatically
hit.
hit. Yeah, it's Magic Missile.
Cool. So I'm going to send the first one at the one that is still moving towards Eric.
Yes.
And that will do 4 points of damage.
Okay.
Is it still intact? I mean, is it still moving?
Yeah, it's looking like it's hurt, but it's not down at all. Like, the concept of bloody, you're familiar with it. It's not that.
All right.
Excuse me, Paul.
Yes, Ian.
Eric the half-orc has received 1 hit point of healing.
Ooh.
Nice.
I will send the second one towards it as well. And that will do another 4 points of damage.
Oh, nice.
Still moving?
It is still moving.
Damn it. Whoops. That one can go into my tower, so I can't see it. That's 5 points of damage.
It is down. The same thing. Crash, smoke. This has a little bit of meat, it looks like.
Ooh, gristle.
But nothing is twitching. It's all gone.
Okay. Kind of turn and look over my shoulder towards the hose. I'm like, you're next.
Eric, that's your turn.
Excuse me, Paul.
Yes, Ian.
I'm going to rule that the same person who donated $1 for hit points for Eric, who also donated an amount without a rule attached, is going to have that donation, which was $20, put towards Eric's hit points. Eric has received 21 total hit points of healing.
Eric.
I kind of look at Eric. I'm like, I didn't know my magic missiles could do that.
Doesn't that take you up to full now?
That will take me up to full without me needing to mend.
That is great. So you have action now.
There is 1 ash being still around.
Okay, so the 2 the two ash beings that were attacking you are both gone. Sue got rid of those. There is a little ash guy that is hanging out with Olive, but they seem to be not fighting. They seem to be out of combat. There is still the hoe that is kind of torn between attacking Melisandre and being called over by the siren song of this other hoe with the pink bow on it, that's sort of just casually lounging, looking kind of bored, looking like it needs some sort of companionship, and the hoe is picking up on that, and so heading towards that. So yeah, that, from what I'm seeing now, that hoe is the only thing that is in combat, and it's only slightly in combat.
I would love to go over and discuss the difference between life and object.
With the hoe?
With Mugs.
Oh, with Mugs, yeah,
Mugs
obviously.
And
okay,
Thomas.
so you walk over. Muggs is like, this guy knows what I'm talking about, pointing to Eric. And he looks at you and says, Muggs you just got to drink out of it. You running around biting people, what am I supposed to do with that? Right?
Excuse me, Paul.
Yeah.
A portal has just become unlocked. A door, a window, some variety of portal.
Okay. Now, Ian.
Yes.
If there were a way to furnish me with additional information that I may be missing from your statements.
There is, so this is
so that it is entirely not cryptic.
This is the donation option, which is unlock a door or portal. And so the donation is intended to help the party get through a door or portal which is locked, or to provide them access to something they did not previously have access to.
So now I think you and I are on the same page, in that you're speaking simply that somewhere there is a door or portal that has been unlocked.
Correct. A door or portal.
Not that there is a specific door or portal that I was supposed to remember.
Correct.
Okay, perfect. You and I are on the same page.
Somewhere in the world, hopefully close to our party, a portal has become unlocked.
Absolutely. I in fact know exactly what portal has become unlocked.
I thought you might.
So, everyone, we are now in a situation where the only thing that is standing between us and being completely out of combat is what's going on with this hoe. People persons.
Yes.
You get the sense that this hoe specifically is, well, let me just describe as best as I can your feeling off of it, like what it is like. It's very strong. It's a kind of strong, lithe, hardy, dumb as a box of rocks, very imperceptive, and completely without any sort of personality.
Okay. All right. Mm-hmm.
And it's going over like, so what's it like being pretty?
Well, I'm pulling it off. That's the first thing. Second of all, Everyone in the party seems to have no problem befriending every little animal that we come across. So I go up to the hoe and I float over and I'm like, oh, you come here often? He's like, I'm just the hoe. And I'm going to unleash an eldritch blast upon it.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and say that you take it completely by surprise. For sure. That is a 2-hit, I believe. Is that correct?
Yes.
You rolled to hit. What is your 2-hit that you have?
I rolled an 18.
So yeah, you're there, you're looking, you got your pink bow on and everything. It's coming over and it's like, hey, so what's it like being pretty? And what it's like is getting an Eldritch Blast completely.
Kazam!
Yeah.
Right to the face.
What's that damage look like?
It's a 7 and a 6.
Okay.
13.
This thing splits apart, twists, and then lands. And when it lands, you just hear, oh man, and then poof, nothing. All the power that was animating these objects goes away, and Omar, Eric feels as though the power that is animating the little guy who we're going to call Ash and the little guy that we're going to call Muggs somehow is sealed off from that larger source. So these things are right now walking around autonomous. And you are in this room together. You are out of combat. And I think that this is your first chance to really talk about what's happened so far.
My goodness, well, that was something, wasn't it?
I'm going to take an opportunity to use a cure wounds on myself.
Aren't the bandits like literally like right around the corner? Like,
yeah, they are. They're actually they are arguing amongst themselves, and they have closed the door that you're in to the room that you're in, effectively trapping you in the room. Or at least that is what their intention is.
Eric, can I ask you a question real quick? You seem to know how to kind of commune with these objects. Do you think you could talk my Mugs into coming back to the tavern and just walking themselves around to patrons who need to drink out of one of them? It'd save us a lot of time.
Oh, I've got them. We can all discuss this. We could all form a little restaurant together. It would be perfectly lovely.
I already own a restaurant. Thanks.
Oh yes, of course.
Well, I think Melisandre wants to go up to the door and just press her ear against it. Not eavesdropping. I just happen, if you hear something, you happen to hear something because you're just wandering by and things, sometimes you just hear things.
So this is what you're like able to catch. There are 2 older voices and 2 younger voices. One of the younger voices is Jimby, for sure. The other one is probably the bandit that came in before the one in the big fur coat. The one in the big fur coat is talking to another one, and they are discussing. The only way I can describe it is the rules of engagement and the guidelines that had been set down, and didn't we all agree on this is how it was going to be? Yes, we did agree, but when we were agreeing, you weren't actually even part of this. You came in late. I was here way before you, and we figured out that so they're having an intense discussion about process at this point. And one of them says,
Robert's Rules of Disorder.
Look, let's go back let's go back to the bunkhouse. We can wrestle this out. Whoever pins the other one, that's the one who decides what to do. These guys aren't going anywhere. I've got the only key. So let's see what happens. And Jimby's like, I don't understand why you had me put those things in there. And they're like, Jimby, I need you to go outside to where the boats are and start collecting a whole bunch of seashells so that you can put them on your statue. And Jimmy says, okay, sure. All right. So he leaves, and then they're like, that'll keep him busy for a while. Come on. And you hear footsteps walking away from the door.
I definitely want to check the door to see if it's locked. Just
Yeah, it's totally open.
Oh, okay. All right. Cool. I'm about as smart as a bag of hammers, these two. It's interesting. Oh, we can leave anytime we want to. I don't know how many mugs you want to hunt down, but we can go.
Why don't we follow those guys?
I can't think of a reason why we wouldn't.
Point of order. Question, please. There seems to be an half-made sandwich here without any lettuce. Should we take this as ransom of some kind?
I mean, if it doesn't have lettuce, it's barely a sandwich.
Is anyone hungry? Is anyone who eats food hungry?
I've got these.
I'm a little peckish. I could stand to eat. I mean,
I never got my brunch. I mean, I had like a few bites.
Yeah, Max and I were serving all of you. So
I'm sorry, are we elected to have snack time?
At this point, I think Melisandre would
pull out a small bag that's filled with tiny little the berries. You see, try these are very tasty.
Oh, I was gonna cast Good Berry, and produce 10 berries.
Here, try these. I eat them whenever I'm out ranging. You just one, and you'll feel absolutely full. It's like food.
Like food.
It's
Ma'am?
it's food. It's food. It's food.
So
berries, they're food.
You smell this berry, and it smells like heaven. You want to eat it.
Strawberries.
I'm gonna walk on over and like, yes, please. You want?
Yeah.
And just in case, can you just out of game metagame? Can you read the good berry thing so that they know what they've got?
It's a spell called Good Berry. It is a first level spell. Basically, you generate 10 berries. The berries, when you eat a berry, you regain 1 hit point, but you also are essentially fed and nourished for it. I mean, like it's like lembas bread. You know, it's the Lord of the Ringsy stuff where you eat but one, and you're good for a day.
One of the things I like is that there are a few people here who are down exactly 1 hit point, I believe.
Yeah. So this should shore up everybody. I mean, like if we're talking pure percentage wise, I've put more people at 100% hit points, I think, than anybody.
Excuse me, Paul.
Yes, Ian.
I would love it for the purposes of our viewing and donating audience if people could list off if they're very low hit points, because donations can, of course, bring up your hit points. And it would be delightful to give people the opportunity to help out the party a little bit.
I'm at 17 out of 25, so I'll just throw that. 18 because I'm eating a berry.
Prior to that berry, I was at 17 out of 20. Now I'm at 18 out of 20.
I've lost a total of 0 hit points because I can execute.
That's just
I cast Toll the Dead on
leader.
person peoples. No, I don't do that.
Okay.
I have been given your favor and returned to full health. Thank you.
Through the magic of friendship, I only lost 1 hit point. Thank you very much. Also, those berries are worth this.
I'm I'm gonna nab a berry on the way out the door and follow those guys.
Are you making a berry for each of us, by the way?
Yeah, there's 10 berries.
There's 10 berries,
the
but I
spell,
want to know.
casting the spell produces 10 berries. So there'd be
Is
enough
there
for,
enough for me
The
to have
entirety of
3?
people persons could have one. Wink.
I'll take one, thank you.
Could I get 3? Because
Generous
Buddy
as a
and other buddy
starving
also.
wildebeest.
Buddy and other buddy. I haven't had any bread in a little bit for them.
Oh, we're feeding the dogs now.
I would
These
like.
bandits have gone out the door. We're feeding the
We
dogs.
fed you, didn't we? We have 3 berries for me, right? Can we? Are there enough? I don't know about
I'm
math.
certainly
I
not
just
eating any
cooked.
berries.
I would like to feed mine to Mugs.
Can they...
Excuse me, Paul.
Mugs is like,
There's enough
sorry,
for
go ahead, Ian.
We have had a donation for a flying Mugs.
hot damn.
So who's feeding Mugs there, Barry? Okay, so Mugs flies over to Eric. It's like, hey man,
Chapter 2, Mugs Ascended.
I told you this, but you're so good. If people were more like how you are a person, then what? I will take one of those if that's what you're saying. For me to have, then yes, man.
We all need to widen our definition of life.
He eats the berry and looks. The only thing I can say is that the Mugs gain some of their color back. He looks more wooden, less slimy, snaky. He's still moving around and he's still kind of made up of multiple Mugs. Still a slight abomination of a construct, but looking healthier and happier for sure. And he's like, this is exactly what I've been trying to tell people about how there can be good in the world.
And Paul, I will say that Muggs' flying ability lasts for 10 minutes.
Okay, so Muggs is, zooping around going, this is the best. If this could happen all the time, I could just go and people could have drinks. It would be perfect. I love everything. And he's flies back to Thomas, sits on Thomas's shoulder like a little parrot.
I feel like that
And
mug
having
has
a good
already
day.
had. I feel like that mug has already had like multiple drinks, right?
Yeah, that's for sure. He's
They
had
showed up loaded.
so many. All right, so the understanding that I have is that we are seeing Omniferous exiting the room. And everyone sees this happening. Are you following? Is anybody staying behind? What's happening?
I hate following Tiny Heiny, but I will also leave to follow the bandits who have just left our vicinity.
Yes,
Well,
I will go.
I'm right there with you.
I'm also gonna follow, and I'm also just gonna be like, Dick, I'm sorry for pushing you in the hole. Will you please get off my brother?
Okay, my legs are not great, so I need to be riding something. So if someone wants to volunteer to carry me instead, Thomas the Tank, I will gladly get off of your brother.
I may not be able to carry this whole party, but I can carry you.
That's what I'm talking about right there. This guy
And
knows.
Muggs gets off of your shoulder and hovers and says, look, I kept it warm for you. You can just sit there and everything's
Thank you,
good.
thank you.
Just shh. It's okay. Don't freak out. We're all right. This is not a problem.
Yeah, it's all cool, man. It's all cool. Can we
Okay.
go follow the bandits?
Yes, let's follow the bandits.
So you enter into a and whereas the kobold tunnels were like engineered, reinforced, everything like that, this is crumbling stone, some natural formation that it's not gonna go anywhere, but there are some structural weaknesses that the bandits have not done anything to fix. So you feel a little nervous walking through these tunnels. And you hear two things. You come to kind of a T intersection. And on one side, you hear, I'm gonna try to approximate, you hear this. And there's one, get it. That's what you hear from your right side. And from your left side, you hear, there has to be a hierarchy of some kind. If there isn't any sort of a hierarchy, then we're talking about anarchy, essentially. Well, what's the problem with anarchy? That's the thing, is a part of our whole deal. We're bandits. I like crime. Crime's good for me. What do you think about crime? I mean, oh, so we're going to have laws here, but no laws outside? That's hypocritical, and we're not hypocrites. So those are the two things. That's coming from the left. The right, it sounds like somebody is screaming in a weird sort of way, and some other guys are yelling about it.
Okay, so
join my bandits. We'll get loot, and we'll talk about, political theory.
Our choices are between a scary noise and two people debating consensus discourse.
We could just split the party, you guys. It's easy. We just split the party and everything's fine.
Any objections to heading to the right?
Let's head towards the screams and not towards the consensus debate.
I sort of want to as well. Like, as a player being a douche, that's what I want to do. As the character, I think the character will want to go the sensible way, but I'm a dick.
I'm gonna peek my little eyeballs in to the right.
So you're gonna go look to the right. Okay, so at the right, what you see are three guys in furry vests that are got sort of brass knuckles and knives and things like that. And something that I'm going to have to show you, which I can't, I'm hoping, for goodness sake, I'm hoping that I'm not going to run into a problem. Okay, well, no, I'll just describe it to you. So this thing is like so it's a person humanoid-esque, right? Raggedy clothes, sort of falling off of its body. The skin has a bluish tint to it. Has a really long, snaky tongue that's coming out, and sort of, it almost has a mind of its own. It's going after the different guys as they come near. And the guys are running towards and then running away, running towards and then running away from this thing. And
excuse me, Paul.
Hand? Oh.
Ian.
Whatever it was that was making that horrible screaming noise now has haste cast on it.
Okay. So I'm going to need, okay, so are you guys going in or are you pulling back? Because right now, I think we just have Olive peeping in. Are you going in or are you not? Okay.
What do you see?
I think that's up to,
Yeah, Olive, go ahead and talk to your...
What is it?
I'm gonna peep around and I'm gonna describe what I saw. It's like a fight club.
I don't think we're supposed to talk about it.
No, we're not supposed to talk.
And I just described what I saw.
You're breaking the rules.
Does anybody know what that thing with the tongue is?
Actually, give me a religion check.
Like everyone?
All of us? Or?
No, just
Tiny.
Heine. And I mean, Olive, what's your religion? You're a bard, right? What's your religion score? You don't have to roll. I just want to know what its number is.
2.
Okay. Wait. No. Not a roll. What your is +2?
Yeah, it's a +2.
Okay. And what's yours, Daniel?
I have a +0, but I just rolled a hard 20.
Oh, well, okay. This is a ghoul. It's a ghoul in the common room. And basically what you're surmising and what you pick up also, now that you're looking at it, is that these guys are probably eating, and this thing came from someplace and started attacking them.
I'm gonna poke my head around the corner and stick this wand in the room and wave it around.
Okay. Ian?
Yes. So this is a wand of wild magic surge. Daniel?
Yes.
Would you please roll a D20 and a D100?
Okay. D20, got a 12.
All right.
D100, I got 83.
83.
Oh, that was an 80 and a 3.
That's correct.
Right. So one of my dice had a 3 on it, if that's still a thing.
It is a thing. In fact, that generates another wild magic surge. So the first one,
Should I cast mine as well?
The effect is, if you cast a spell with a saving throw within the next minute, the target gains disadvantage on its saving throw. So I'm going to say that applies to Hymniferous because he's the one who cast it. For the second wild magic surge effect, please roll again a D20 and a D100.
Okay, I got a 2 on the D20.
Oh, shit.
And I got a 14 on the D100.
It's actually not that bad. You teleport up to 60 feet to an unoccupied space that you can see.
And I'm looking into this room.
You are.
Piggyback on the ghoul. Piggyback on the ghoul.
Do it, do it, do it. Riding things is great.
Okay, so where am I now?
So I'm going to ask everyone to roll initiative. It's just going to be easier and cleaner that way.
Yeah.
And I'm going to go the order that I have established already. Thomas, what'd you got?
That's a 14.
14. Bax?
Got a 7.
Olive?
17.
Sue?
8.
Okay.
And Paul, I will say that the haste spell lasts for 1 minute. So you should think about how much time had occurred between when that was cast and this moment.
Yes. Let's see. Eric?
19.
People?
17.
Melisandre?
13. Had to do the math in my head.
And Hemiferous.
I guess that's where I do all my math.
You say 4?
4 plus 1, 5.
Okay. And what I'm going to say is that,
I'm
you
sorry,
popped into the room,
plus
but
4
you're
initiative,
disoriented, so it's going to take you a second to do stuff.
I'm sorry. I didn't know this. I'm not familiar with these documents. I have +4 initiative. I've not been adding, so I have 11, I guess.
Okay, so Eric, you're first.
All right. I am going to suit up. I have a infiltrator armor suit. So action is going to be putting that up and the armor suit has a dampening field naturally on it. So that will give me advantage on stealth checks while my armor's on.
That sounds good.
Is there a hiding spot readily accessible? Near the door.
Yeah,
On
you
our side of the
actually,
door?
I mean, you're outside of the room, so you have pretty much the pick of anywhere. If you're going to go into the room, I'm going to say that it's a common room. There are like chairs and stuff like that, like couches and loungy things. You can hide behind any one of them, and anyone in the middle of the room wouldn't be able to see you from there.
I'll move towards the nearest couch and attempt to hide behind it.
Yeah, I'd say that you can move into the room and hide on your turn. This turn.
Okay, I don't need a.
So,
I don't need
roll
a check on that.
roll a stealth.
That is a roll of 17 minus 1 is 16.
Yeah. Okay, you're hiding behind a couch. Are you gonna do any talking or anything? No, probably not. You're hiding. I think we're good. I think we're good for. Yeah,
that's action, move, and bonus action. So
awesome. Okay, people persons.
So my top half decided, we figured out a good thing once, why, stop now. So I'm going to cast Disguise Self on me atop Thomas the Tank to look like a version of that ghoul, but like I just arrived in town and I'm in the big city. I've never been here before. Oh, where do I go? Looking very cute and petite.
Okay. That has happened.
Excellent.
Now I'm gonna make a DM ruling on this, that you have been so used to being on top of someone when you cast these spells that you and Thomas together look like a very large ghoul just in from the big city.
We're a giant woman. Yes.
So, and I would say that's your action.
God damn it.
That's my action.
Olive, your turn. Now, I will say this: you see that Omniferous has appeared in the room on the other side of the room. So basically, you have the thugs in between you and the ghouls, and then Omniferous is behind the ghoul. Ghoul doesn't see him, but it's Omniferous, ghouls, thugs, and then you. That's where you're at. Cool. And you're still at the doorway looking at.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm not gonna, maybe this will be with a disadvantage, I don't know. But I'm gonna just from the doorway whip my boomerang at the ghoul.
Okay.
But
so
it's just like my arm, like.
So the way I would see it is that you're curving around the thugs, right? On that side, around over to, this is a pretty large room.
Yeah.
I'm going to say, yeah, just roll to hit.
Great. Oh, no.
With a +1. With a +1.
Oh, yeah, +1.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. 9.
Yeah. So your boomerang, actually, you were trying to hit the ghoul, right? Yeah. It didn't hit the ghoul. Could you do me a favor, Daniel? Could you roll dexterity for me?
Excuse me, Paul.
Yes.
You will find that Omniferous has become invisible.
Oh, this might be very interesting. Yes. Could you roll again? Roll. Actually, you're going to be rolling a dex saving throw, so I believe you still have advantage on those.
Yes.
I rolled 20 plus 1, 21.
Great. So you see this boomerang coming, you duck, and you become invisible. And the reason that you know that is because you were looking at your feet, ducking, when your feet disappeared.
Okay.
And as a reminder for folks who may not remember, invisibility lasts until you take an attack action or cast a spell. Otherwise, it lasts for 1 hour.
All right, so I'm just going to pull up haste here so that I can make sure that I'm doing everything by the book.
And a hearty thank you to my invisible benefactor.
Indeed, it was an anonymous benefactor.
I love you, Anonymous.
Oh, okay. +2 advantage. Okay. Next we have Thomas.
Do I realize, like, what is my experience of becoming a giant hot ghoul?
Yeah, so this is what happens. You, in your mind's eye, when this occurs, you feel as though you are the torso and legs of this hot woman. The way that I can describe it best is that you're imagining an overlay, like a skin, if you will, on top of yourself. So you still know that you're Thomas, but you are aware, like you can see that you have these shapely legs where your legs would normally be, and that these shapely legs actually extend up to right where your navel would be. Like you have these super long legs that defy what you know about your body. But if you wanted to walk sexily, you could grant persons advantage on his next persuasion roll.
Thomas has never felt anything like this before.
We're so tall.
Thomas is feeling strange things about
hair where there was no hair before.
Well, listen, big ghouls don't cry.
Oh man. There's okay. Thomas is going to try and strut into the room and feel this new self come alive with the sounds and the smells of the city that they have just got to.
That's
what do
right.
I roll?
Okay, so go ahead and roll a performance check with advantage.
Okay. That's a 6.
Can I give guidance?
What does guidance do?
It gives an extra D4 to any roll. Can I offer guidance in this situation? I've done it
Yes,
before.
you absolutely can.
And that's adding the +1 already, right?
Yeah, that's a 6. That is a additional 4.
Okay. So with a 10.
You know what?
walk into the
I
room.
now know the result of all of this rolling, and I'm going to use up my one last chronal shift because I really want to see this sexy walk happen. So
you walk into the room.
So you get to re-roll this.
Okay.
And you stumble against a footstool that was by the door. You hit your foot hits it, and you stumble forward a little bit, and you. Sorry.
He gets to re-roll this though, if it would go better.
And then you regain your composure.
Like Dick Van Dyke.
I
Exactly. In a very I meant to do that kind of way.
We're doing it.
And the sound of you hitting the footstool grabs the ghoul's attention just in time to see you standing there in all of your stunning lady ghoulness.
Okay, that's better. Don't re-roll. That was good.
Low rolls can be good.
So that is where we're at with you for right now in that action. And then the next thing that we have is Melisandre.
So I just want to make sure that I understand literally anything. So I have just watched these two become big sexy ghouls.
One single big sexy ghoul.
We're giants.
And a big sexy ghoul.
That's
Did
right.
Thomas not also become one, or
Thomas is the bottom half of people persons right now.
So Thomas is the bottom ghoul.
That's right.
And then people persons is topping ghoul.
I'm like the head and shoulders.
Yeah.
Okay, so as far as like the actual fuckers in the room, does it still appear that the original ghoul, is still chasing after the bandit-looking dudes? And I'm assuming these guys look like they were wearing the same thing Johnny Bandit did in the other room.
Yeah, exactly. The three bandits are kind of making a sort of a trio. They're on the sides. They're trying to flank the ghoul, basically, to give themselves advantage while they're fighting it.
Gotcha. Then I will use my crossbow to attempt to. Does it look like one of the other, like one of the I want to shoot one of the bandits.
Okay.
Preferably one that is just outside of, like maybe is about to flank or is like getting ready to flank the ghoul.
Okay, there's one that fits that description.
Okay, cool. Yeah, my plan is to shoot that individual with my crossbow.
Okay.
Hang on, that fell off the table. Balls. That is a 9 to hit.
Okay, that does not hit.
German. Oh wait, no, that is a. I lied.
Oh, you get your +1, remember?
Then it makes it. Sorry, I was incorrect. It's not a 9. It would have been an 11, so it is a 12 with the plus.
Okay, that does hit.
Hells yes. Okay. Cool. So then I should, roll damage, I imagine.
Yes.
Give me 1 sec here. Hang on. Sorry, it's my first day with the fingers. Oh, this weird big giant die. 7 points of damage, and the ethereal cats, the deranged ethereal cats that come streaming out of her hair, will grab that bandit and drag him directly in front of the ghoul.
Okay. What is the total damage also that happened?
Total damage is 7 points of damage.
Okay.
And puts him like in direct, like right in front of the ghoul.
Okay, this bandit is very confused as to what just happened.
Cats.
And it's like,
cats.
oh shit.
Just
and the other guys are like, dude, brother.
I wanted you to meow over there.
So the guy that got pulled is looking at his friends for help. He's calling out, and one of them levels a heavy crossbow at the ghoul. Misses and grunts in frustration. And it's your turn.
Sorry, I'm realizing that the target can make a saving throw, a DC 12 strength saving throw to prevent the movement.
I'm just going to say the movement happened.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Sorry, I missed that part when I was.
No, but I'll keep that in mind for next time.
Yeah. That's
all
my
right,
turn.
Sue,
So that's it.
You're up.
So, are we attacking the ghoul or are we attacking the bandits? Or,
Well,
or
here's
do
what's
we want them
happening
all
right
taken
now.
out? No, I'm asking my party. What are we doing? Do we want the bandits gone?
One of the
'Cause they
bandits
stole
yells,
my shit.
"Attack the ghoul!"
Yeah, maybe the ghoul, and then we can be like, hey, look, we're friends.
Do not hit the ghoul.
The one by the one that got moved over to where the ghoul is at is like, wait, attack the. Who the fucking shot me?
It wasn't me, but I'm going to now. Hit him with a firebolt.
Excuse me, Paul.
Yes. Yeah.
May I suggest that you give your players an opportunity to recall what a ghoul does?
Do they know what a ghoul does?
What a ghoul wants, what a ghoul needs.
Can we roll for this?
I mean, I already know that I don't like the bandits.
I'm
so
thinking
I'm
an
good with
Arcana roll
attacking
may
them.
be useful.
Well,
I'm gonna
with that-
say that Daniel and okay, so Olive, you have an actual religion score. What is your Arcana or Arcana? 2 + 2. Could you give me a roll with that?
Would I also know since I'm proficient?
Yeah, I was going to say also.
Yeah,
Eric and
proficiency
Sue.
Yeah.
Anyone with an Arcana greater than 2 or greater can roll for this. I think. You got a
23?
4 total. Yikes.
16.
Okay,
23.
16.
Sleepy lady.
So Sue, I have the giant book here, but Ian, if you already have something on deck that you want to,
I do, in fact.
oh, please do.
What you would recall, Paul, what would you say is the DC to understand the exciting information I'm about to impart?
I would say just assume that Sue knows what you're about to impart.
I think that Eric also knows. He rolled a 23.
Oh, hi, Eric.
So
yes,
the two of you would know that if a ghoul manages to tag you with its claws, you may become paralyzed for a long period of time.
Good thing I use ranged weapons.
And in this state of paralysis, you would be subject to all attacks without the ability to defend yourself.
Don't get close to the ghoul. Otherwise, let's get rid of these bandits. So I rolled a 16 to hit with a firebolt.
Okay. And how much damage does that do?
That will do.
And you're shooting the one that's by the ghoul, right? You said he said who shot me, and then you said, well, now
Oh
I
yeah,
am.
the one that said that.
Okay.
So 4 plus just 4 points of damage of fired it. Whoops, that's what I mentioned.
All right, and the guy goes, fucking what?
Stop stealing my shit.
What shit? What are you?
You know what you.
Okay, the next one is Bax.
I've been a little confused this whole time because I feel like we came to a T and then we went down this way in a hallway instead of this way in a hallway, but like we're all sort of in a hallway.
Yeah, you're still
because like Olive was the only person who could see it first, so I'm not sure how everyone else is doing all this shit, and I don't know where I am.
People are coming. If someone says to me that they're doing something to the people in the room, I am assuming we don't have a map laid out,
Okay.
so I'm assuming that they are inside the room if they're
so we've
doing
been
something inside
piling
the
in.
room.
Okay.
So you are
Since
not in
we've
the
been
room yet.
piling.
You are.
Okay.
You're still outside.
Yeah, I peeked in and then I got out of the way.
Okay, but did I see who Sue was attacking?
If you were
Do I have any way-
behind me, probably not, because I'm pretty big. I mean, I can see over everybody except for the fucking Statue of Liberty ghoul we have with her.
Because I feel like the way that things have been described so far, Max doesn't really have any idea what's actually happening. Because
That
if she's
you hear a
following
lot
Sue
of.
around.
This is what Bax has heard. Who shot me? Not me, but I'm about to. A firebolt. And the ghoul is still screaming, and the bandits are yelling at each other. And yelling at the group also, what are you doing to us? And then you heard Sue say, stop stealing my shit. And that was basically it.
Okay.
That's what
So
you
let's
know.
Climb up on top of Sue and see if I can, just by looking, guess who Sue was hitting, because it sounds like I should have some idea. Somebody looks like they've been burnt a little bit.
Yeah, there's a guy on the ground that's definitely been shot and burnt.
Okay. But But
and
he's
it's standing by this giant, but no, well, not giant, but this crazy blue, big tongue snarling thing.
Okay, but he's been put in the way of it. Can I like I don't know how far they are. I'm very athletic. Can I like jump and like springboard off of him and like spear this ghoul?
Oh, don't go too close to the
Don't go
blue
close
thing
to
with
the
the
goal?
tongue. Nope. It'll
No?
make you paralyzed. You don't want it.
Wow, but I'm so athletic. Can't I dodge it?
I'm going to say that Sue and Bax were able to have that conversation because Sue is used to when Bax jumps on top of Sue that maybe Bax is going to jump off towards something.
All right. Well, heck, now I'm worried about if I'm supposed to stay away from the ghoul, maybe these people are supposed to stay away from the ghoul too. So I'm gonna go and drag the guy who's been shot and burned farther away from the ghoul, which is back towards us, I guess. And should I succeed, do I have to roll anything just to try to drag him?
I'm going to say, what's your strength?
Oh gosh, I don't know.
Or just roll athletics. Athletics.
Okay. Is that a 20? What am I doing?
Yeah, athletics is a 20.
Okay, I rolled a 16, but I have a.
You have a
Sorry,
plus
my light
4.
should be- Yeah, I was gonna say.
think.
So that's a 20.
So
Okay,
20,
I have
yeah.
easy
So
time
you
dragging
pull
him
it.
back.
You pull the guy away. As you pull the guy away,
I wanna quietly like tell him that all he has to do is apologize to Sue and it'll be fine. Just tell him you'll stop stealing his stuff.
so as you pull away, the ghoul bites the guy, not claws, but bites him, and does an extra 7 points of damage. But you've gotten him away from the ghoul now.
Cool. Is that all I can
Are
do?
you
for my out of things?
bringing him
just back
so-
towards us, like towards the door? Like,
Yeah,
so
okay.
actually kind of back towards Sue, really, but
You
Yeah,
still have
that sounds
the.
good.
That might be. I don't know if you can do anything else, but you do still have your 2 hellhounds to go this turn too, if you want them to.
oh yeah. Wow. Wait, can they be paralyzed? Are they even like organic?
Yeah, that's a great question. Do you
I
want
don't
to
know if
find
I have a
out?
way to. I don't know if I have a way to know this. I mean, I have this little tiny +1 Arcana, or
Yeah,
or
you can
whatever.
roll and see.
That's at a 20 as well. These are all
Okay.
20s. This is a
With
17
that 20,
plus
I'm
one.
going to go ahead
No, I'm sorry,
and
it's
read.
18. I'm asking which die I roll, but I rolled an 18. 17 plus 1.
Okay. So here's what you know. The hellhounds are not immune to paralysis.
Oh. Well, I don't want to put them in any danger. They're such good dogs. So I feel like just dragging this guy out of there is probably all I need to do for now.
And as you drag him out, Buddy and what is it? Also, Buddy, is that
Other buddy.
other Buddy? Buddy and other Buddy kind of square up between the guy that you pulled back and the ghoul, in the idea that the ghoul is coming after him, that they might attack.
See what good dogs they are. Okay.
Okay, that's going to be the ghoul. So the ghoul is going to attack one of the thugs first. Misses, snaps at him with his teeth, and the other swipes at one of the thugs with its claws. Nothing. And then it looks at the guy that's being drug up by the hellhounds and starts moving to them. And when they do, thug number 1 shoots it with a crossbow bolt. And thug number 2 also. And it takes a total of 28. Falls down. And then the two thugs go and look at Sue. And they're like, okay, what the fuck are you talking about?
Excuse me, Paul.
Yeah. Ian.
I just want to make sure that you're taking advantage of the haste on the ghoul.
The ghoul is dead, Ian.
Oh, I see. Thank you.
Died very quickly, though, to be fair. So that's
I must have missed it. I was,
no,
I
the
was
ghoul,
actually
the
feeling
ghoul
it.
had
that too.
The ghoul did 2 attacks, and then it was going to move its full feet. But when he moved out of the area where the thugs were at, they got opportunity attacks, and one of them got a critical hit with this crossbow.
Well done, the thugs.
Are those thugs confused that there's a very tall, hot ghoul still in the room?
A lot of confusing feelings going on over here.
This is a very good point. So this is where we're at right now.
hot ghoul energy. Come on,
The thug
hot ghoul
says,
energy. It's just
what are you talking about? Who stole what now? And they're saying that looking at the ghoul, and then they look up and they see the sexy ghoul, and it goes something like this. This is how it, what do you mean? Who stole what? Oh. And they both sort of do a take at the ghoul, a take at each other, and then one of them goes, back off, dude. She's looking at me. And the other one goes,
Excuse me. Well, I'm brand new to the city here, and I'm hoping you might be able to help me.
well, yeah, of course.
Come on over.
Okay, and so
I want to ask Thomas, do I kill this guy?
Not yet.
Okay.
the thug who said, shut up, she was talking to me, comes over and is looking up at you. He's a pretty big dude. He's a pretty kind of buff guy. And he's like, I'm kind of a big deal around here.
Oh.
These caves, you got to be careful because they're haunted.
Oh, haunted.
This
That's
thing
so
right
scary.
here, it's like this was nothing. There's some other shit in here you wouldn't even believe. So, if you want to, have some protection or whatever, I'm more than willing to help out.
Let's bring this guy with us to be a buffer for whatever's making those noises.
And with that, I think that we're at a good stopping point, and we can pick up after another break.
Sounds good to me.
Do we
Thanks,
want to
Paul.
do another 15? Was that a good amount of time for everybody? Five. Okay, Ben. Sounds good.
Excellent. I'm going to call it approximately 10:10 right now, so please be back at 10:15.
I'll see you at 10:15. Thank you, everyone. Okay, so the ghoul has been shot by these two bandits. One of the bandits has become entranced with the giant, sexy ghoul lady that People Persons has sort of reskinned the combination of him and Thomas into, and has offered to lead you guys through this cavern. And he's like, so what kind of stuff do you want to see? We got bunches of things here.
Oh, well, I'd love to be outside.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, we can do that. We can do that. Okay, we got two different things. One goes to the town and the other one goes to where we keep the boats and stuff.
Interesting. Boats and stuff.
Oh, you know what else is there where the boats and stuff is the animals. If you guys want to see those, we have a whole bunch of those.
Do you have ponies?
And when you say, do you have ponies, he like almost leaves. He's like, I don't want to see that thing. Don't make me. I don't want to talk to it. It's gone wrong. That one's gone wrong. We don't keep it with the other animals. They all started.
Patches.
Wait, you know it? You know her?
If you
No,
get
she
this
owes me
little
20
girl,
bucks.
if you
Wait,
get
what? What did you say?
if you get this little girl over to that pony, we could probably fix your problem.
– Patches is very powerful, but she'll listen to
And
him.
he looks and says, "Are you Bax?"
Yeah. Have I fed
Okay.
you before?
You're the only thing that's keeping her from going completely wrong.
Oh.
If you want to come with me, I can take you to her.
Yeah.
All right.
Thanks, buddy.
And the one thug that was like totally beat up is like, what do you guys do? He's like, shut up, man. Go. You shouldn't have stolen that guy's shit. And he's like, I didn't. I don't know what he's talking. Look, go think about what you did.
I told the dead on him again.
Okay. So
wisdom saving throw.
All right.
Because he's lying to me. They told him to shut up.
Because we aren't really in combat. I will just find his information. What's your DC? He rolled a 16.
Oh, he saved. I'm like, well, you're getting away with it this time. But heed those bells and shut up.
We don't know that these bandits are bad people.
He stole
So
my
this
shit.
guy
What did he
walks
steal?
out. And he's just grumbling. He's like, I'm going to go to the bunkhouse. And walks out. So now you've got the one thug who's helping you and the other one who's sort of standing by, and the thug looks at him. He's like, are you going to look? Is this a problem between me and you, or do you understand how things are working right now? And the other thug's like, all right, fine. You, whatever. I wasn't even, I'll follow along just in case something goes wrong. But yeah, no, man, you run with this. So the main guy is now the main guy. And this other guy is sort of a satellite guy. He's walking, he saddles up to where Eric is and is like, so who are you guys?
Would anyone like to answer that question?
It's a very complicated question.
We're Gnometon's mightiest heroes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I want to say this again. He has asked that question to Eric specifically. He's
aware of me.
in the back, and he has seen Eric. He is not talking to any of the main group. As far as you know, Eric, the main guy has not seen you. This guy is. Do a perception check for me really quick, or insight.
13.
Yeah, this guy is he feels left out. He feels disgruntled about the main guy, and he's looking for someone who is, and he basically, the only reason that he saw you is because he's away from the main group now. You are hidden from everybody else. Even the party may not know that you're there right now. And he just says, I do my best. I do my best. This guy doesn't even understand me. I don't understand what is going on right now. What are you guys here? What are you doing?
I have no idea what these people are here for. I'm here for supplies. I've heard that there was a cache of supplies in the area that may or may not belong to you guys. And supplies sell well.
Gotcha. I'll tell you what. We'll follow along with these guys, but you and me, these supplies you're talking about, I have a couple of ideas where they might be. And if we can, do you want to let them in on it? Or if not, this is something that you and I might be able to do. I'm getting pretty sick of how they treat me around here. I'm offering to form an alliance with you.
I don't think they need to know right now. I'll follow your lead.
All right. Cool. And we cut back to where the first thug's like, I can take you exactly to where this patches is. Follow me. And
Hooray.
He leads you up the left fork where you guys were hearing the sort of fighting. And as you go through, there's a door and there's a long hallway. And he goes to the right. As you look to the left, as he's leading you to down this long hallway, you see that there are two guys, bare-chested, fur coats hanging up on hooks that seem to have been driven into the stone itself, and they're in a ring that's been formed with salt, and they're wrestling. And there are a whole bunch of other bandits who are looking at them and cheering them on and things like that. Thug number one is like, oh, that's just politics. Don't worry about it. And leads you past that group. And he mentions to you as, I'm sorry, I'm pointing on my screen. He mentions to the big sexy ghoul as they go past one thing. He's like, this right here, you see this hole?
Oh, I do.
This will lead you back to the town.
Oh,
after we're done here.
I can always depend on the kindness of strangers.
And as we go through, I need... hold on really quick. I need to do something. This is something that just I need to do. I don't need anyone to do it themselves. If you want to talk amongst yourselves for just a second while I check this. As a group, discuss. I think one of the things that could be discussed right now, Olive, I know that you wanted to tell them a little bit about what you heard Jimby say when they were talking about like his reaction when you told him that he stole the cheese and how he responded and what you noticed about what he said.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah. What's happening?
So, yeah, I'm whispering to everyone, but except kind of person simply because he's the one talking to the main guy. So
we're cavorting. We're having a grand old time. I can't hear it at all.
yeah, you can even hear me. So I'm just talking about, I tell you about how Jim B was talking about, I was like, why did you steal all of the ingredients when you only needed to make one sandwich? Because apparently he only needed to make one sandwich because a ghost told him that he had to make a sandwich or he'd die. So that's who told him to do that. One of the ghosts that like haunts this place. So I asked him why he took all of the cheese in the town, and he said he didn't. Now, there were also barrels down in the kobold area full of things. I don't think this is all Jimby. I don't know if it's the thieves. What are these ghosts? Are they ghosts? Is someone controlling something?
Okay. So you pass by the door, and when you pass by, people and omnivorous, you hear the faintest argument happening above ground in Deep Gnome speech.
A language we speak.
And what they're talking about is they're saying that if they can find the way into the kobold tunnels from here, they wouldn't expect the attack. And by the they, they're using a word that's sort of the pronoun they, but it's a derogatory term. Like it's if you could imagine if they could be a curse word, and you believe that they're probably talking about the kobolds. So it sounds like there's a group of deep gnomes above in Gnometon right now talking about using these tunnels to go through and attack the kobolds. That is a very quick thing. If you had been talking to somebody else at this point, you wouldn't have heard it. You probably wouldn't have noticed. But I just wanted to let you know that conversation was happening. It was very faint, as if you were walking down a different hallway and you heard two people discussing something. That it was that brief, but it made an impression of you because that word that they were using for them, meaning the kobolds, it's not a word that is used by you guys. It's used by deep gnomes that are from deeper within the earth, don't deal with the surface people that much. And the fact that they're outside is kind of a big deal. But I would say, especially with what we're doing right now, going to talk to Patches, you know that this is a red herring, not something that you necessarily want to follow now, but information that might become important in the future. Everybody else, you do hear sort of a chittering as you walk by the outside, but you don't know what's being said. And so, to your left, you hear some more like whispery noises, and the thug immediately goes, "That's one of the ghosts, not the ghosts that we all talk about, but there's like this cave, I'm telling you." And he actually lays a hand on the ghoul's arm and goes, "But you shouldn't be scared or anything like that, because you've got a strong enough personality and will. They know not to mess with you."
You bet they don't.
So you know this pony?
Yeah, of course I do. I see Patches all the time. Why wouldn't I know her?
I all right. I'm not going in there. I'm gonna stay back here. And he looks at the party and says, "All of you are welcome to stay back if you want, and just let the girl go in." Which immediately sounds like some bullshit. Like that's him wanting to stay out, and hopefully if he can get the rest of the group to stay out, that he will seem like less of a, but he does not want to go into the room.
Thomas wants to go into the room. Patches probably loves his jokes.
Patches, if you remember correctly, Patches is one of the few people of the ponies that really appreciated. The other ones laughed, but you thought maybe a little bit more derisively. Patches was really into it. But then lately, Patches has been like, you would tell Patches a joke and Patches would say, do you ever wonder if like all this is really what's going on? Or is it that we've all got like, I don't know, filters that show us the world that we want to see rather than the world like how it is, you know? And then we get sad and not say anything for a while. And that started happening around the time that, and now, of course, you don't know this, but Hemiferous, when you started talking to Patches about theological matters, this made Patches very introspective. So
wait, we're talking to ponies about
emo stuff.
Pony's having an existential crisis.
Patches is a really good listener. And the rest of you fuckers just couldn't be bothered. So I
okay.
spoke with Patches. And I'm sorry if that disturbed Patches in any way.
And when he says that, we're having, this is a little bit of a conversation. Bax, it now makes sense to you when Patches would say to you, the thing about you, Bax, is that I never have to worry about what you are about because you are just about yourself. Aww. You are the one rock that I have here that shows me that the world is what the world is. I want to point out also that Patches is a female pony, but she talks in the voice that I'm talking in right now. And she says, if it weren't for you, I would have left this place a long time ago and found something else. And I'm still thinking about it. So the fact that Patches is in this cave now makes sense. So you guys are outside of the mouth of a cave, inside these caverns, a larger room, basically. Inside, you're going from a tunnel into a large expanse. And you hear two voices. First of all, you hear the voice of Patches going, but I don't think that that's true. I think that you're lying. And then you hear another voice say, did I ever lie to you before? Why would I lie to you now? I was the one that gave you voice. And now I see more than I ever did before. And I'm willing to share that with you, but you have to open yourself to it. And Patches is speaking to a small, shimmering figure. And that's what you can see from where you're standing in the hallway.
The Patches of the Christ.
Can I burst in and say, don't listen, Patches?
I feel like as soon as Bax sees Patches, she just says Patches and starts running in towards her.
Okay. So Patches turns and says, oh, Bax, and trots over. And the bright form slowly turns, says, more friends.
I don't trust you.
I'm just hugging my pony.
Why wouldn't you trust this shimmering form of effervescent light? Hello, friend.
Stop begging friends.
Hello. and the shimmering form looks at you and says, Olive, you've always trusted me before.
Well.
And you see in that shimmering form your great grandpa Eldon.
Liar! You're a liar! You're a dirty, dirty, lying scoundrel. Thomas, I'm telling you, I have never once in my life agreed with this man. And I point at the the sexy goblin.
Like the head and the shoulders part.
Yeah. But we are agreeing right now not to be trusted, dangerous, devious, everything in my body.
Oh dear.
I could Eldritch Blast any second.
Have I actually met Eldon before or not?
Yes, you and Eldon have worked together many times. And this looks like him. Are you entering the room?
I will enter the room and take off and remove my infiltrator armor.
Old friend, it's good for you. Good for you to be here. You can explain to the rest of them that I'm telling the truth.
Okay, wait. Explain to me what you're seeing.
My old research partner, Eldon.
Okay, see, I'm seeing my grandpa. So
Eldon is your grandpa. Your great grandpa.
Am I also seeing Eldon?
Yes. This guy is Eldon. He looks like, okay, this guy looks like Eldon. That's what I will say. I'm amazed that all of you have come here to see me. But
we were here
happy.
to see Patches.
Oh. And he looks at Patches and says, Patches, you see, we were meant to work together. You've brought all these people to us. They can help.
What do you want Patches to do?
Patches needs to be my vessel here in Gnometon.
What
Why?
do you mean by vessel?
And he goes like this and says, I used to be able to do so much more, but my life was taken from me. And now
Can I do an inside check because this seems
Absolutely.
bullshit?
Me too.
I don't even think I have. Yeah, I do actually have pretty solid insight.
Well, you see, Sue, a vessel
I have
is
to
usually
stop
something
using
that you
this
put
D20
things
for
into.
Christ's sakes.
Okay,
That's
what you get? I'm sorry.
That's
Who's all doing insights? We'll just go down the line. Okay, let's go with Melisandre first. What did you get?
10.
Yeah, you're not sure. This is ghost stuff. You're more like if this were a ghost that was inhabiting some sort of clockwork, man or whatever, you would have a little bit of a better insight. But this thing's form is insubstantial. It's like moving all around, so you can't really get a read on it. Who else did insight? Olive, what did you get?
Well,
I'm going to offer Olive guidance.
so I just re-roll.
No, I think you add
D4.
a 4.
Oh,
D4.
6. Oh, I add a D4. 14.
Okay. This looks and speaks like your great grandpa Eldon. The demeanor that it has is very calm. And so you feel as though you have to focus on the words it's saying rather than how it's behaving. Or because it's behaving like it's a nice, friendly chat, but you do realize that it's talking about using a talking pony as its vessel in the world, which just in general seems like some pretty shady activity. Who else rolled insight?
I did, but it was a 5.
Oh yeah, that's
Okay, you think that this thing is pure evil. No doubt about it. There is nothing good here.
Excuse me, Paul. Can I just drop in for a moment?
Yes, Ian.
All enemies have +1 to ability checks.
Why would you do this?
So the figure turns back to Eric and says, Eric, my friend, I was murdered. And my murderer now lives in my tower. But my murder is not why I'm still on this earth. I'm here to stop a much greater evil. And for the life of me, there is no way that I can say this without it sounding foolish, but I mean every word that I say. The lives of everyone in Gnometon rely on us making the best sandwich that we can.
I mean, if I know who it's for, I can probably make a pretty good one.
And old friends.
Patch has told me. I will speak to you on this. Eric, yes, speak to me.
Old friend, you need this pony to aid in the sandwich?
I need this. I cannot leave this place. This is where I was killed. I need to be able to enter. It sounds so barbaric, I know, but I need to be able to enter this pony and use it as my vessel so that I can leave and parlay.
Did we not discuss this before? The ethics of using life as a vessel. I thought we were researching ways to use, and I'll hold up my robotic side, other means.
I did not have your resources, but what you say intrigues me. It is possible that with the right materials, you specifically may be able to fashion a way for me to leave this place.
Hey, can I ask one question? Who murdered you?
Wait, I cast Zone of Truth.
Okay. All right. Zone of Truth. Are there any saving throws or ability checks for that?
Yeah.
Yeah, let me look them up.
How big is the zone?
They have to make a charisma saving throw of 12.
Okay.
And the range is 60 feet.
All right.
Yeah.
So
pardon me, it's a 15-foot sphere up to 60 feet away.
All right, Ian, I'm going to ask you to roll for Eldon Knackle.
All right.
Are we all in this? Who else is in the sphere? Because everybody.
That's what I was wondering if I got.
Yeah, I centered it
Zone of
on
Truth.
Eldon.
So, and Eldon is inside this room. So if people are in the hallway, they wouldn't be affected.
Yeah.
Eldon rolled a 17 on the die.
Okay. Eldon gets a +3 to charisma saves. So, and then there's also +1 that somebody bought.
+1, yeah.
Yes, +1
So that's
all
a 21.
ability checks.
What happens if they? What's your DC? Olive?
My DC, it's 12. So on a failed save, a creature still can't speak a deliberate lie while in the radius. And I know whether or not they succeed or fail.
Wait, say that last part.
I know whether or not they fail or save.
Okay.
The throw.
So you know that he is saved.
Mm-hmm. But I know that he, even with a failed save.
No, he succeeded on his save.
Right. But
oh, you're right. So I know that it doesn't matter. Okay.
Yep.
Am I in the zone of truth?
Are you in the room?
So.
I rolled a 3.
What
So
what save is it?
12.
Charisma.
Charisma 12.
And Paul, the +3 to, or +1 to enemies is only for ability checks, not for saving throws.
Okay, thank you. So it'd be a 20. He still made it, but
I roll a d20, right? I rolled a 4, but I don't know if I have any kind of like modifier.
You almost definitely
It's your
fail.
charisma modifier.
Yeah, you would certainly fail.
Wait, I think my charisma modifier is a -1.
Oh, I failed too. I have an 11.
So that means I got a 3, right?
so
Well, he can lie anyway, so never mind that.
The rest of us can't anymore.
Sometimes I don't want
for
to
how
be.
long?
wait.
What's the DC on that?
12.
12.
It's a charisma
I rolled
12.
I rolled an 18.
So yeah, you're good.
Yeah.
It lasts for 10 minutes.
So
until you drop
Sometimes I
it.
don't want to be friends.
That's
Patches
okay, buddy.
Patches looks at you and says, "What if friendship is just a convenience that lets us feel okay about manipulating people to get what we want? What if it's a lie that we tell ourselves and that no one's really friends? We're just all in a lattice work of shared convenience and fear."
But aren't I your friend? I feel
think
like
you
I'm
are.
your friend.
Oh,
I start crying. I'm like, this is exactly why I retired and moved away from people.
so
I just
Is there?
go sobbing and cry.
I don't know about was there any sort of like? Does anybody else but Olive understand that there's a zone of truth happening? Like, is there a way Patches can tell that, like, if I say, like, I'm your friend and you're my friend, that's, like, absolutely true to Bax? Or is
I
this,
think
like,
that-
still feel ordinary to everybody else?
So everyone who's in the circle like knows that they had to. They know that they either can or can't tell the truth or tell a lie. So like they would know that a spell has been cast. We don't know who. I'm the only person who knows who is lying or telling the truth.
I see. Okay. So Patches is just hearing Bax talking like usual.
but the thing
Patches
is
is
that
having an existential breakdown.
Patches looks at Eldon and says, "I don't want you to take me over.
Then
I
don't
like
let
being
him.
who I am. You made it so that I could talk. You made it so that I could express myself and tell people what I was feeling. And I don't want you to take that from me by using me. I already got mad. I always hated it when people would ride me, the extra weight, the way that they would make me go where they wanted to go instead of where I wanted to go. Why would I ever want someone who says that they're my friend to do that? Why would you want to do that to me? You have a problem. You are no longer the man that I once knew. You have no morality in you." And Eldon says, "When you die, things become much clearer. When you die, you understand things that your life forbade you to see because you did not want to agree with it. What I am telling you will happen. You will die. Your friends will die. Your family will die. Everyone will die because I made a mistake. And I cannot correct that mistake now that I am dead." And he looks directly at Eric and says, "Eric, the artifact is missing. And someone has found it." Now, when he says the artifact is missing, you know exactly what he's talking about. And when I say you, I mean Eric. Omar, the player, doesn't know what I'm talking about, but Eric does know exactly. And I will say this, at this point, Eric can decide to tell everyone what the artifact is, in which case we can play it out. But because Eric is not affected by the zone of truth, Eric can keep that a secret, and I can talk to you outside of the session about what the artifact is. Oh, you're on mute. You're on mute.
I'm going to look at him and just nod and be like, I get what you're saying.
And he says, so you see why this sandwich is so important. And Eric does indeed know why the sandwich is so important. And he says to all of you, you may disagree with my methods. You may feel that I lack morality, but it is not anything more than weakness leaving my mind. I am clearer now in my purpose than I ever was when I was alive. And I am not asking for revenge. I am asking for you to save your village. And that should be enough. And with that, everyone has some choices to make, because I believe this is where we will end this session of the campaign.
Excellent. Thank you, Paul.
Yeah.
Thank you,
So-
Paul.
Thank you.
With those interesting and heavy thoughts on your brain, we're going to have a little palate cleanser in the form of smut. So
Mood.
I have already 3 volunteers. Do I have any more who would like to read smut for us tonight? If you, I've got too many screens open. Say something out loud if you want to read, and I've not seen you in the chat yet. I've got Seranine and Daniel and Cody. Anyone else?
Smart.
Smut, Brendan. Okay, that's 4. Make it good. Make it 4. Am I missing anyone? Excellent. I shall roll a d4. Come here, d4. A very shiny d4. The d4 comes up number 4. That is Brendan. Yes.
It's like my dream came true.
Your dream came true. So let me determine which smut it is that you'll be reading. I believe we have 4 smut stories left. So I'm going to roll another d4. 2. That puts us on a fairy fucker.
I'm so excited. I was hoping this one would get read.
Fairy Fucker by Colleen Conway Blanchard. Used to be that you could tell when management walked into the shop. They had button-ups and cargo pants and pink high blood pressure faces, so you could get ready. Things used to be a lot less uptight in general around here. I mean, my old manager, Mindy, got it on with at least 3 delivery drivers in the walk-in. That I know of. I like a cold cock. I like a cold cock, she'd say. I don't know what happened to Mindy. She quit when Cinnamon Sugar Sweets was bought out, and they told her that she couldn't wear hot pants anymore. Mindy was the shit. But back in the day, if some dude looked like my dad walked in, I'd make sure I'd be cleaning something and change the music to fucking the Eagles or some shit the old guys like, and we would be golden. Now, everyone's got a beard, and they're all screaming into their phones, and it's impossible to tell the man from just a man. And anybody could burn your ass on Yelp or whatever. So I keep my head down and keep the ice in the cinnamon buns. I just ice shit. I always smell like fucking batter. So on Tuesday, some dude with a handlebar mustache rolls in and solo wheel talking into headphones. I can't tell if he wants a bone or just he's talking numbers and pointing at shit. And he's like, 3,200, Jason. Yeah, 32. That's rad. The market is blowing up, dude. Awesome. Points at a blueberry razzle dazzle bun. I don't know. Shrug. Maybe he's pointing at apple sweet cake or lemon gravy or that green fairy donuts with the razzle dazzle bun. So I bag it up. He thumbs up, and turns out his name is Seth. He's the regional manager of the cinnamon sugar sweets now. And Seth bros me and makes me fist bump him and writes me up for not wearing my name badge. And the enemies are everywhere. They're all drinking artisanal bottled water and wearing Luminia's t-shirts. But so is everybody else. It's awful. So Tuesday was shit, and I have to watch a DVD about customer service called Keeping It Cool and with Rad Vibes. And I think maybe if I can just see that if I can fit in this industrial oven and end it all, because every day is worse. So I'm back there in the employee lounge setting up with the DVD all alone because I have to learn about Rad Vibes after my on the floor shit. After everybody else goes home, I settle into this molded plastic employee chair just to watch some bastard in plaid kiss ass on the screen when I feel something clinging to my arm. Like a housefly or like a spider or like a fucking roach. And so, oh my God, it better not be a roach. It better not be one of those fucking flying roaches. I will burn this whole place down. I look down and it's not a roach. Something sparkly, tiny. It's just like, little sparkly, little like green glittery man with little glittery shoes. They're like pointed shoes, and he's kissing my arm. You taste sweet, he squeaks. Cinnamon sugary. I kind of scream and I freeze and I try to remember the last time I did acid. I've never done acid, so I'm like, this is real. Don't worry. I won't hurt you. I could hurt you, of course, he smiles. Well, I'm the green fairy, and we're very dangerous, and I could whisk you into a fairy and make you do a dance on the ice castle until your feet bleed off, or enchant you to steal your baby, or turn you into a flea, or a bowl of pudding, but I don't want to hurt you. Oh, no, you iced my donut. I'm flattered. You summoned me with the sugar in your donut. I'm the green fairy. Fairies love flattery. He smiled triumphantly, expectantly. I don't make up the names of the donuts. No offense or anything. That's corporate. They don't ask us. They don't even use our suggestion box, I said. Oh. But you're the icer. You make the sweets. I want your naked skin against my green body. You're so sweet. I must have you. Wow, I said. That's a lot of things. I suppose I'd be watching this DVD of this guy putting a name tag correctly. And I mean, you're really small. I mean, no offense. I would, I'd smash you probably. Oh, I can get bigger, he grins. So much bigger. And he does. He grows full size, like still green and glittery, and like he takes off his tiny shorts and his shoes effectively and enthusiastically. And well, he got really a lot bigger, like I never thought. Oh God, I never thought that a green penis would be so hot. Truthfully, I never thought about a green penis, but holy shit, I was just like, all I could think about was just a green penis, You smell like sugar and dough and cocoa. Fairies love pastries. He sighed. But we can't eat sweets. Not really. We don't eat food. Just daydreams and nightmares and the occasional naughty thought. I like the dream that you had about the octopus man with 1,000 penises. That dream was delicious. Oh God, I grimaced. Dream though. You are lovely. Fairies can't eat sweets. But I can eat you. He offered, and well, I accept. So he unzips my black work pants, and everything in the room is just spinning and slides, and everything's green. glowy, and his pointed ears just wiggle with pleasure, and I feel his feathery hair against my face, and he smells like like trees and dirt, and he's gone. He's not gone. He gets really small, and he perches himself like in my ear, and he just like sighs, nestled into my hair. Now I grant you a boon. It's okay, I said. I mean, I just got booned, you know? I mean, I like covered in glitter. I mean, is this glitter? It's sticky. It's not glitter. Okay, cool. It's fairy code. Awesome. It's fairy code, he says. Give a fairy a favor, get a boon. One wish. Okay, well, okay. Well, I guess it was the code. I mean, it was nice for me too. Money, fame, or revenge, he demanded. Oh, money, please. I smiled. You sure you don't want revenge? That awful man on wheels could easily get sucked into a whirlpool of blood. Jesus Christ, I cringe. Oh, wow. I haven't made a bloodbath for a long time. He blinked hopefully. No, thank you. Just cash. I like cash. I stammer. Granted. He does this like swishy things with his hands, right? And right then, I'm like rich. And I'm quitting my job. And I'm thinking about the letter I'm going to write to my horrible bosses. Like, which version, though? I've been writing these letters for 7 years. I'll probably use one that I've been drawing of Bryce and human resources, just getting eaten by a shark and then vomited up by the shark and then re-eaten by that same shark. And Bryce is a snitch, a toady, and he signs all of his emails with "Let's level up." Fuck, I hate that guy. I won't miss this place. I'll miss what this place used to be before the Seths and the Bryces came and sucked the heart out of everything and replaced it with this like $8 flax muffins that taste like dust. Will I see you again? I asked the sexy fairy holding him affectionately in my palm. No. Yes? Maybe. I don't know. I know. I smell the handsome lad baking brownies 3 blocks south. I must go. He flies across the room, perches on a cake stand, and in a flash of green glitter, he's gone. His voice kind of trailing behind him. Goodbye, fair sweet maker. Be free of this prison up high. Remember. If ever you smell pastries when there are no pastries, it is the mortal getting fucked by a fairy. And rejoice. And I do rejoice. Then I make a wish. Not that things would go back to the days before Solo Wheels and Google Glasses, because you can't go back, but maybe that things could go forward to something better, something finer. And I guess I wish that we could all be lucky fairy fuckers. The end.
Very good. Thank you, Brendan, so much. So, my friends, we've come to the end of another Annex Games. And I want to thank everyone who was able to show up and watch, everyone who was able to show up and play, everyone who was able to donate. I don't have a tally, but we certainly made a few $100s this time. That was fantastic. And obviously, we're nowhere near the end of this adventure that Paul's been crafting for us. So I want to encourage everyone, tell your friends if you had a good time tonight. Tell them how awesome we are. And come back next time. Watch on Twitter, watch on Facebook, watch on the Annex Theater website. And we will post more information about the next session, which will be about a month and a half from now. It's the date we're looking at right now. But thank you so much for attending. Have a good night.